Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GAN's plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists, and healthcare centers. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for April 2nd, 2023. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm joined with Alex Cork and many knowledge seekers from around the world. And we want to thank you for being here and appreciate you wanting to bring the change to this planet. I know we've all want to see a change, even the ones that aren't aware of the Keshe plasma technology are wishing and hoping for a change. This is what Mr. Keshe said. We heard the cries of this planet for millions of years, but apparently the timing wasn't right. And now the timing is right, and things are about to change in a massive way. I thought today we'd take a quick look at the plasma connection, which is on YouTube, and it was played yesterday. Maybe we'll hear something from Marie on the Universal Council, which again, in our elevations and things, we really need to add energy to the soul or elevate the soul of the Universal Council. This is a key component of everything, I think, as far as changing the structure on this planet. As Marie said, once we start to learn to use the wishes more frequently, more often, and with more energy, things will start to change as mankind joins along with the Universal Council in this grand wish for peace, and then of course moving out into the universe. But before we go there, normally we start with the World Peace Treaty, and I don't know if anyone would like to read the World Peace Treaty, but I do think President Xi has signed this, or he signed it with the pen of his soul. Just my thinking on this. And I think when Mr. Keshe was in China for several years, he sort of laid out a grand plan for those in China and their leadership to think about, to contemplate, and to make a decision on how they wanted to move forward with this technology. And now it looks like there are going to be big changes being brought through China, and of course Iran too, but it looks like China will have an actual base on the moon, or a colony on the moon, in the next 24 months. I think he announced that last month, so we're down to 23 months. And in the world of space and space travel, that's a very, very short period of time. So I think the leadership in China has, again, vowed a peaceful path in their proceeding forward, as we've seen between the negotiations between Saudi and Iran. And we're hearing the Saudis will open an embassy in Syria as well, full negotiations. There's probably many more things going on in the background. So this may be the opening of this technology, and China, of course, will be receiving much advanced technology from the Keshe Foundation, as long as they stick to their part of whatever agreement is made. So I think the ball is in the court of the Chinese, and Mr. Keshe is ready to play ball as soon as they're ready, and it looks like it's moving forward. We've seen these forays into peace in the Ukraine and other areas as well. And this is the way it's going to move. And I think once they set up a colony on the moon, every country on the planet will want to participate, and we can all sort of walk on the moon together in so many ways. And maybe we won't even walk on the moon. I know Mr. Keshe talked about making structures out of fields, so that may be elevated off the planet. And I know here, every step we take, we seem to cause an issue, whether we're stepping on an ant or a plant or something else. So hopefully we're not going to mess it up on the moon. I don't think we will. We're having beautiful oversight by, we can say, a master of the knowledge of the universe, namely Mr. Keshe, and of course the technology of the Keshe Foundation. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? And this treaty you can find, this is the exact treaty that the world leaders will sign, religious leaders, industrialists, and so on. It's very simple. And of course, you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. This is the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of Earth, from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with R, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're signing for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your town, your body, or a soul or souls. Simply put your name there, signature, date, position, on behalf of. Again, is it on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, town, or is it for an individual? Have it witnessed. Again, the same procedure. After signing this treaty, be proud to display the certificate wherever you consider being important, that that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And yes, we know the Creator appears in trillions of faces across the universe, everything we can see and we don't see. So that's why I think we'll be respecting other entities, other beings more and more as we move deeper into this knowledge. And there is many more knowledge to be explained to us. Some of it we're missing. I think he indicated that in the last workshop, but this lack of trust we have, perhaps, it's also a lack of understanding, but the soul knows where to go. We just have to trust it and move into this new dimension. But of course, we don't have to do it all on our own. In the Keshe Foundation store, there is offered a cosmic ray communication bundle. And of course, we've all seen this, and this is one of the tools we'll start to use to play in a way with this technology. They call it the Cosmic Ray Plasma Communication Unit. It is a plasmatic field communication system. It only interacting with systems that Keshe Foundation manufactures, and it is sold via this website or via official resellers. The Cosmic Ray Plasma Communication Unit allows the user to connect at given time and position to interact with other new Keshe plasma communication systems. In the future, this is set to replace the current voice transmitter systems without the use of satellites, and they are usable at any point without satellite or need of extra units. The compact plasma unit, this unit is a tabletop plasma generator for small reduction in power. It can also be used in conjunction with the Cosmic Ray Plasma Communication Unit for space communication and transmutation in the future advancement in this technology. And so it's being offered in the store. One of the things that I noticed, again, we talk about making systems, but these systems are more or less developed, I think more than less. And here's what is being offered. Of course, it's not, it says it's not available, it's out of stock at this point, but this is what it's going to lead to. A comprehensive wellness program. And again, this is just listening through headphones, as I understand it. This will be remote technology. So you have a wellness program. As he said, it's not an insurance program, but it's a sort of go in for a tune-up maybe every 3 or 6 months into the system. He's talking about feeding. Many of us have experienced this in a small reduction in our, some had a larger reduction and some had a smaller one, but we noticed the system was able to trigger our brain to produce this plasmatic water, which helps us to feed ourselves. And Mr. Keshe said, now they know they can reach us, the system can interact with us. He can provide the system with different energy settings. So if it was open 3 times a day, he said in the next few weeks, you may not ever eat again. I know we want to build these systems ourselves, but I think these are so advanced and there's so much hidden technology in there as well as technology we don't understand. So for a small amount, a small fee, we can actually enjoy and start to use a type of system until we gain the confidence within ourselves. He's talking also about an energy program, physical energy and power and light. Again, all in a comprehensive, what he's calling a universal plasma coverage. So here we have a wellness for things or conditions that maybe you don't notice yet, but are developing within you. So that can be circumvented by this system. You probably wouldn't even know it, but I think the system and those operating the system would see that on some of their charts. Nourishment for feeding, energy for your lights or your heater or your cooker, if you're still cooking, or if you're even still heating. But I think, again, this is not going to be overnight process. It's going to be a rather slow process. But again, we don't know what turns and twists this technology will take. And then a transmutation system, all within these headphones tabletop unit, as I understand it at this point. So we're able to jump 1,000 years or more. And I don't think anyone would be able to produce anything comprehensive to this. Even the butterflies in the Keshe Foundation store, Mr. Keshe said, they cannot be replicated. There's technologies in there. There's hidden technologies that man hasn't even imagined. And of course, it's all for elevation of the soul of the man. And of course, the collective soul of humanity. The next meeting coming up will be this addiction awareness, and fooled me in a way because I thought it had a lot to do with the killing that we're all involved in. And of course, we kill in the name of rice, wheat, and cows and lambs and whatever have you. But in this workshop, he said it's really not about your addictions, although you'll be able to understand any addictions you have a little bit more, I think, in the future. But it's the addiction of wanting to move around the universe. And apparently this is the one addiction we won't be able to get over. But I think we'll be able to manifest our physicality in certain locations. And but the addiction to move, to explore new places, to see new things, to teach or to share in other places will be a continuous process, as we saw in a couple of the diagrams he drew on the board. So this addiction awareness is here it says the 23rd of April. I don't know if that date is subject to change, but I know he mentioned the 29th as well. But again, he's inviting you to play with technology that's 1,000 years or even further out into man's understanding. And again, each one of us will take from it what we can take or what we think we understand. And we're also giving. This is the whole process of the creation. When you find your point and location in the universe, is to start that seed and start giving and taking energies to either create that star, create that galaxy, that universe, or perhaps it's just a solar system, or perhaps there'll be other things you might like to do. But again, it's a beautiful explanation to us about, and man has always wondered, where are we going? What are we doing here? What's our purpose? I think the foundation has answered many of these, not totally for everyone, but again, it's step by step. Every time we reach a certain step, then we get ready for the next step. I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to say, but as I said, we're going to go a little bit quicker today, and feel free to stop it. This is the Plasma Connection, and this program comes on Saturday at, now that it's CEST time, I think it's 11 p.m. But it's a shorter program, and it's a very beautiful. I thought we'd just play a few minutes of this and a couple clips out of the last workshop, and then we'll go to the to Alex in Canada for his teaching today. But anyway, let's share a little bit of this so you can have a flavor of the Plasma Connection. The first Saturday in every month, Marie appears from the Universal Council along with the host. Here's Claudia, but I know Josepha and others have hosted this program as well. But again, a beautiful afternoon delight, so to speak, with two beautiful women.
Marie.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. Yes, so I am Marie, and I'm a Universal Council member for the Norwegian language, as Claudia said. And today I was thinking of what to make out of an introduction, and I was thinking maybe I should explain a little bit more about the work of the Universal Council and the mandate we have.
Então, traduzindo, ela é a Marie, como eu tinha dito, representante do Conselho Universal da Língua Norueguesa, e hoje ela gostaria de trazer no texto inicial sobre o que é o Conselho Universal.
So, the members of the Universal Council are chosen by their soul, and collectively the members of the Council are the souls of the Universal Council.
Então, os membros do Conselho Universal são escolhidos por sua alma, e coletivamente os membros do Conselho Universal são a alma dele.
The Universal Council is here to serve humanity and to guide humanity on the way to world peace. We are also the bridge between the universal community and humanity.
Então, o Conselho Universal está aqui para servir a humanidade e para guiá-la no caminho para a paz mundial. Nós também somos a ponte entre a comunidade universal e a humanidade.
The soul of a Universal Council member should shine like the Creator and be a source of light for others. A Universal Council member should radiate the light and the beauty of the Creator and try to reach all the attributes of the Creator.
Então, a alma de um membro do Conselho Universal deve brilhar como o Criador e ser uma fonte de luz para os outros. Um membro do Conselho Universal deve irradiar a luz e a beleza do Criador e tentar alcançar todos os atributos do Criador.
The Universal Council guarantees that souls which lives or live on this planet will obey the rules of peaceful coexistence on Earth and beyond. And the only course from this point on for all souls is to be in peace and in harmony at all times. This council is and will be the true reflection of the whole of humanity on Earth and in space.
Então, o Conselho Universal garante que as almas que partem ou vivem nesse planeta obedecerão às regras da convivência pacífica na Terra e além dela. E o único caminho para partir deste ponto para todas as almas é estar em paz e harmonia em todos os momentos. Esse conselho é e será o verdadeiro reflexo de toda a humanidade na Terra e no espaço.
The responsibility of the Universal Council is to guarantee that each language is represented as one Universal Council member, and all languages has the same rights, equal responsibility, value, and position in the Council.
A responsabilidade do Conselho Universal é garantir que cada idioma seja representado com um membro do Conselho Universal e que todos os idiomas tenham os mesmos direitos, responsabilidades, valor e posição no Conselho.
The members of the Universal Council are here to support mankind and others on Earth and beyond, to facilitate a peaceful and prosperous future for the human race and others, for harmonious coexistence on Earth and within the universal community.
Os membros do Conselho Universal estão aqui para apoiar a humanidade e para os outros na Terra e além dela, para facilitar um futuro pacífico e próspero para a raça humana e para os outros, a fim de uma convivência harmoniosa na Terra e dentro da comunidade universal.
The guiding tool of the Universal Council is the wish. And in Knowledge Seekers Workshop 467, Mr. Keshe says, in the cycle of man on this planet, there is nothing higher than the wish of the soul, unanimous soul of the Universal Council. If the soul of the Universal Council in unity wishes, it becomes a command for the soul of humanity and beyond. And sooner or later, mankind comes to understand.
Uma orientação que foi dada ao Conselho Universal é o desejo. E no KSW 467, o Sr. Keshe diz: no ciclo do homem nesse planeta, não há nada mais elevado do que os desejos da alma unânime do Conselho Universal. Se a alma do Conselho Universal, em unidade, deseja, ela se torna um comando para a alma da humanidade e mais além. E mais cedo ou mais tarde, a humanidade irá compreender.
So that was the introduction for today, and we are on the first question.
So thank you, Marie. Thank you, Claudia. Beautiful hosting and beautiful souls, as we all are. We don't quite understand all that, and we do need to elevate the soul of physicality. But I would, it just gives you a little bit more background of the Universal Council and their function. Mr. Keshe said they will have a position eventually in the United Nations if it still exists. But again, it's a guide to elevate humanity and also the connection between humanity and the universal community. So please, in your elevations, include the Universal Council. And you can become a supporter of the Universal Council, or you can become a Universal Council member, depending if the positions are open or not. I know there's an age limit of 60 for actual Universal Council members, but anyone can be a Universal Council supporter. And I just want to encourage you to add your energies to the Universal Council when you can, and bring about their elevation as well. And of course, in doing that, you bring about your own enhancement or elevation. Jacko, I see you just joined. I know you're a Universal Council member. Is there anything you'd like to add or any message from the Universal Council? You may not be able to. Oh, yes, you did open your mic. Okay.
Yes. Hello, Mark. Hello, everyone. I really just joined, so but I saw the YouTube, and yeah, it is the council is what exactly as you explained, the bridge between humanity and the universal family, and the connections we do at 9 o'clock, the connections we do all the time, they really help to support the soul of the Universal Council. And with all the work that is to do, we need this connection together to reach that goal. So it is very, very important that we do it this time together.
Yes, when I first came to the foundation, I thought the wish was something that children do. I mean, it's not, a wish is not for adults. We roll up our sleeves and we get to work and we do something with our physicality to make something happen. Now we're seeing how powerful the wish of the Universal Council is, and all of our wishes, if they're correct, and if the souls agree, those wishes come into the matter state.
Absolutely. And the last teachings, it goes so deep. What Mr. Keshe is explaining about our race, our manifestation, the continuing of the race in the end, it is really deep, and it's beautiful that what we learn, because it's the understanding of how life really is. And the goals that we try to reach, like peace on earth, it is so often tried, but Mr. Keshe now gives a structural possibility. And I think that is the big difference to all the times before. Of course, we have the internet now, we have the connection together, the open communication, but this time it has to work, because it will be the last time, like Mr. Keshe says.
Right. Christ showed us the transmutation, but Mr. Keshe is giving us a lot of the details and understanding of how that's done. And
Yes.
I never even realized that that's what Christ showed us, that he saved himself, and we can save ourselves, or you can be the Mekti for yourself. This is what
Yes.
Mr. Keshe is, and of course, all of the ones wearing the frocks and things have changed it in a way that you need an intermediary. And I never really believed in the intermediary, so to speak.
Same to me.
Mm.
And the trust of the soul is what in fact is the most important thing. And with all the knowledge we have now, we can really confront it different than we did till now. So much things that become clear. I have it exactly the same. My parents brought me to church, and I had to learn that, but it never touched me really. I felt something is missing, and
Yes.
this is not necessity for intermediaries, and also the real source, or the real seed, it doesn't need anything else, because we are connected to the creator. We are the creators ourselves. So yeah, it's really wonderful to have these possibilities to start this creation for everyone himself, being the messiahs of yourself, and do the enhancement, so that we become again on this level where we were before.
And that's what
It's in
Mr.
fact
Keshe says. They don't want anyone abused due to a lack of knowledge. And
yes.
that's what happens when we are lacking knowledge. We put our trust in a magician, we put our trust in a prophet. And when you go into space, apparently there are some of these magicians and prophets who may try to co-opt your energies into their structure, I think. I don't know for sure, but this is what it sounds like. He wants us to be very aware of some of the pitfalls that we may perhaps run into in this energy environment.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Jacko. Anything
my
else you
pleasure.
or anyone else wants to add about this? So it's a beautiful program. Try to join and support, and you can always, as Jacko said, review the archive of it. There's usually 2 or 3 questions perhaps that are asked, and it goes by rather quickly. But the main point of this is to elevate the Universal Council to the position where they start changing things more and more through the wish or the soul of the Universal Council. And again, it's up to you to add that energy, or to become a supporter, or to become a Universal Council member. As Marie said, they actually appoint themselves to this position, and then there is a formal procedure within the foundation. So let's go to the last workshop. We'll hear a little bit more. Again, there's more understandings to be added, but a lot of it comes down to this trusting our soul, that it will keep us safe. I mean, this is your closest friend that you have, is the soul, or this what we call the soul of the man. And we're working on the soul of physicality to perfect it in a way to reach this level of the soul of the man, which is already perfect, even as the creator is perfect. So we're going to just take a couple short clips here. Feel free to stop it if you want to make a comment or add something to it. And we're going to take this one and one more, and then we'll move into Alex's sharing or teaching, however you'd like to put it.
Yes, good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute, where we welcome you back to another gathering of what I call new scientists, new generation of knowledge seekers of the universe and physicality of the man. We have been teaching for past weeks and months about the cosmic rays, about interaction and condition and the direction, how man will travel, how man has found a new way to understand, how man leaps from being a physical passenger of the universe to be as part of its structure, for being a passenger of the fields of the universe. To get to know this, to become master in it, takes a long, long time. But somewhere, somehow, we have to start. Somehow, we have to take the first, what I call toddling steps, maybe the first steps of crawling towards the knowledge, towards the understanding. And this has been and will be one of the biggest dilemma for the man of science, not only on this planet, but across the universe. We don't have universities, we don't have what called graduations and the hat on the head to show we understood. The hat on the head comes from enlightenment in the world of the creation. And we have to understand how, where, the way, and the condition created that how, the where, and the when to be created, and what you'll get out of it. What do you expect out of it? As I said many times, and you will come to understand that the time will come very soon when, by dropping a drop in the fish tank, you will create that fish. And you will see man in control of a drop of energy, not a drop of water, in a tank, creates a condition of life. That tank could be a fish tank, could be a planet, could be a universe. It's man who decides where that drop of energy will manifest itself, will take shape itself, will bring a new condition of understanding. And with it, it'll bring a new era in the world of the science of the universe, not in the world of physicality of the man. Those who understood a little bit about the operation and then things necessary to be the basic fundamental life of the man in the universe, they call themselves prophets, and they prophesize. And those who have used a prophecy create a condition for their lack of knowledge of the true prophecy to abuse a man. The way we have taught you, as knowledge seekers, you never prophesize, but you look into, you understand what it means, what is being said. How does it fit in the interaction of the fields? How does it fit in bringing the reality together? The reality of the two dimensions of life, the physicality and energy as a plasma. Even though the physicality itself is part of the spectrum of that energy. What happened to us? How do we change clothes? We wear a swimwear and we jump into the pool. We wear the soul of the man and we jump in the ocean of the universe. But the biggest fear of man is, how can he jump out and have the physicality when he comes out of the ocean of the fields of the universe? This is the biggest dilemma for man. How, the way, I should not, should I? Would I become? Can I come back? These are all the questions which we said. Yesterday, one of the flight tests, we tested this in a very amazing way, but the knowledge seekers who participates in this kind of test with us did not understand. could not comprehend what was going on. Still looking in the dimension of physicality, he looked at, I'm not there, I can get there. We could isolate the soul of the man from the fields of the universe. I don't feel anything, he says. Nothing happened. Yes, because you're isolated. It's a condition when you come in, nothing happens, to convert yourself in the dimension of physicality, because we blocked you. You're there. Moving the system instantly to another position combination, I can see the fields rotating in a clockwise direction. This is the time that you travel and you still have not understood, because the clockwise rotation means to man departure. You call it magnetical. In the field combination of the magraphs, you talk about clockwise and anti-clockwise. And then we change the combination again. And it says, I can go, I can feel energy is there for me to go. But the but was to connect to the first setting of the dimension of physicality once you arrive. This is part of the knowledge which is missing. This is part of the knowledge which we have not shared, and takes the man of wisdom to understand. How do you jump from the physicality of the man in the pool of the universe? And then how do you jump from the pool of the universe into the physicality of the man? We tested you, we brought you into the systems, we taught you how to come for a food, how to talk to the world leaders, and every gimmick possible. We have brought you out to teach you. You can go back, you can get in touch with, you can use the dimension of the field of the universe. Now the game starts in the coming time to take that ambiguity, that lack of knowledge which man has, how to go back from that dimension of the energy into the dimension of physicality. In fact, your soul does this at the point of death. It leaves the physicality of the man, and instantaneously its position in the universe is dictated. It doesn't wander around, I'm a wanderer, to find myself, to find my soul, to find where I'm going to be. It arrives instantaneously at the point and the destination which has been created for it. So man doesn't become a nomad in the dimension of the universe and the unicos. It's instantaneous. But reaching to the point of the balance of the field of the plasma of the soul of the man, and in the dimension and position of the universe, then the soul has to create dimension of physicality. It's no good just standing there on your own. You're trying to tell the others, I'm here. I'm trying to create a new dimension. The soul of the man at that point of arrival starts absorbing and creating the dimension of the inertia of the patterns of the fields of the universe, to start beginning of a star, a beginning of a galaxy, a beginning of the universe. Not all souls of the man will end up in a galaxy or end up in the universe. Some of the souls of the man become the beginning and the start of the universe. They're so pure, and they are to the what we call level of understanding the process of the creation, that they become the creators of a new cycle. And this is what man needs to understand. You come from the energy, and how do you start that new cycle? How do you begin to begin a new cycle of life, a new solar system, a new galaxy, a new universe? Even maybe to become part of the creator's fields of the creation from the point of nearness to the creator. Mankind needs to understand this point. And then ask yourself one question. If my soul, at the moment of the departure from my dimension of physicality, knows his place and then knows how to convert itself to the dimension of physicality at a given point in time and position, what have I not understood? What am
So it looks like the soul is aware of where it's going, and it does understand this. It's us who don't trust enough or don't have the understanding to do that at this point. Although we do dream every night, so your soul is leaving and coming back, as we all know. Sometimes it takes some of the physicality or shares some of the physicality with it, but this is the knowledge that he said we haven't shared with you yet. But this is part of this process of these monthly sessions, I think. And then, of course, we will share with the others. As he said, by the end of these sessions, we'll become passengers of the universe, perhaps. But there's still a few things we need to understand, and we need to really trust our soul, that it will provide for us. It will return us back if we want to, or we can stay. And there's no time, apparently, in the universe. So a very beautiful understanding, and this is what we are trying to, I think most people, this life in the physicality is rather short, as we all know, but now we understand that we can continue in existence to infinity or forever until you want to make that final separation, when you're elevated enough to finally separate and become part of the totality, as I understand it. So a very beautiful knowledge. It's not religion. It's not doing penance. It's none of this. It's just understanding the cycle of creation. And Mr. Keshe did draw a couple of diagrams here, which I'd encourage you to try to understand this cycle. Any thoughts or any questions? And of course, he said to become a master at this takes a long, long time, but we will come to understand it. Again, slowly, step by step, to make sure we have it right, I think. We're going to go to a second clip in understanding the dimension, field dimension man has not understood. I think this is around 51. 49. Let's just take it here. Oops. We'll start it right here. And again, this is this whole cycle. What I thought I heard Mr. Keshe say, if you can create the drop of rain or the cloud or something else in this position, then the soul can move on. And does it leave that creation there and is still connected on the highway of hydrogen to actually operate that, whatever's been created? This is what I'm thinking. You can create many things in many different positions and be connected by your soul to all of them, perhaps. This was just my sort of first understanding, or what I think I understand about this.
the space of the universe? There is no time and space. And you live a life through the dimension of the life of Mitra. Does not matter what the distance from the Creator is, as the distance is the love of the Creator, which is zero time and place and position. You are never away, you are never far, and you cannot travel to the other side of the universe, as the universe is you. Then it comes, how come up to now we have never understood the fact, the emotion, the way the emotion travels. We smell it as an odor, but we cannot feel it as an emotion. Where does the emotion of the Creator hide in? That it manifests in us and at the same time within our children. How do we transfer the color of the eye, the behavior and emotion to our child? Isn't this what the Creator has done with us? And we have adopted it to suit us. How did the emotion of the Creator arrive with us within our soul, within our existence on the what I call superhighway of the hydrogen. And then it comes to a bigger question. Is there a dimension of the field which man up to now have not understood? And is that the piece missing from man creation in the dimension of the what I call plasma of the soul, or dimension of manifestation of physicality? How come I become visible to some and not be seen by the others, as their field is a different strength to me? I put this question in one of the chats of NASA years ago. And maybe after 20 years, after DARPA decided I teach too much and I asked questions which they had no answer for at that time, NASA has shown us there are lives above us as a plasma. We see their shadows. Ask yourself this question. Then you might find an answer in the dimension of physicality. We hear, we see in the news that a man got hit by a car because both had the dimension of physicality. How many times man has taken off the runways? How many times we have shot these rockets and astronauts into space? By the way, one of them now is an Iranian woman. If you heard the White House celebrating the Iranian New Year last week, the first Iranian space heading a what I call group to the space lab is an Iranian woman. And interesting is, Ayatollah Khamenei kills a woman for covering her head. America, to a woman who was born in Iran, give a chance to head a mission to space. Now it comes another point. How many of these rockets this lady was going out with her team would hit the lives which are above us? How many injuries do they create that we never considered? But we know they are there. Sorry, they are not all as fast as the others. We hit them sometimes. Why do they fall? Do they carry an emotion? Because we see their reaction, we see their dimension. So we haven't understood the love of the Creator for us. The emotion, which is the fundamental point of the reaction of manifestation, we considered how it comes, we considered how it can cover a span, but we haven't considered how the interaction of the fields with that carbon-14 and hydrogen creates emotion, which at given point gives the sign to the plasma of the soul of the man, it's time to manifest yourself. Otherwise you're a loose bullet. Never stop. Now, man has to understand the strength of the emotion. This is why in all the teaching from beginning of the time, I always said, what is the emotion? Without emotion, you cannot show your love. Without emotion, you cannot show your anger. Without emotion, you cannot show your suffering. It has to be an interaction with the dimension of the plasma that it gives it dimension to manifest itself in any shape or form. So emotion has a field of strength. Emotion has a dimension. And man wants to understand that emotion. Man can bring in parallel and common denominator between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of the man. Man then become a passenger of the universe without end. Fountain of youth, everlasting life. It's the way the Creator lives. It's the way us as humans have not understood. We call it psychosomatic. I hate my child. I give myself a prostate cancer. Voila. How come you understood it in the dimension of physicality, but you cannot put it in the dimension of the plasma which created that physicality? Yesterday, when I sat there with our knowledge seeker, I said, it will never be understood by man. I'm there. I feel I'm there, but I'm not going anywhere. First of all, I put a weight on your backside. I kept you here. I showed you. I covered the dimension connection to the earth, the dimension of gravity, to understand your incapability to understand what is involved. I take it out. You see the dimension of, but you have not understood the emotion. You're so hungry to go that you forget the ignition key. How do I manifest myself? What is the purpose of my travel? Am I traveling to go to a new place? Not just for me to be there, but teach the others the process. Me is irrelevant. The love of me for man understanding is more important than me. I never fly because I never understood the emotion. I never understood, I never grasped the fundamental essence of the creation. Otherwise, I'm still another ray, another plasma, traveling the dimension of ignorance. This is one of the points which many of you have to understand to become passengers of the universe, to be able to travel from New York to London. And then you have not even understood the other part of traveling by the soul, by the emotion of the soul. Then your lover will feel you in her heart, in his emotion. I feel it in my heart. How many times have you said to yourself, I feel something is wrong. I feel something's going to happen, something excitement will come, but you don't understand the soul of the emotion of the lover or the thing to happen is already arrived in your heart, in the plasma dimension of the fields, which converts it to physicality. But because you don't have the knowledge, because you don't understand it, you cannot transfer it to your soul, that it becomes the manifestation and dimension in the dimension of the creator, in the dimension of the universe, and then use it. Then you see a guy getting hit by a car, he stands up and walks. Say, how is this possible? Because at that moment, the soul of physicality gave control to the soul. You don't exist in the dimension of physicality because the love of the soul of physicality to keep the soul is so strong that it gives everything up, that the soul takes over. And then instantaneously, you return, you come back. These things to you were fairy tale, but now look at so many cameras around the world which show you so many accidents. How come this guy get hit and he walks? Now you understand the process. Now you understand the love the soul of physicality gives to the soul. You take over till we see, till you get me out and then I take over. How come you cannot do this for yourself in a dimension of consciousness of the behavior? Is this another mystery of life which man needs to understand? Trust in the soul. How come at the point of the accident you do it, but you don't want to do it in natural process all the time? Then you go to work in New York, you have a tea break in London with your lover, then you'll be in Beijing for lunch, then you go back to Hawaii for a bit of afternoon nap, back to New York tomorrow morning. Because there is no time and space. It's you who makes that time. It's you who makes that space for manifestation of physicality or for the dimension of the soul of the man to take over. Then now you understand why in past 3 or 4 months we keep on playing with you. Come and play. Come and meet us on the 16th. Come and meet us on the 19th. Come and see. It's not for you to feel the taste of the food or sit and see what you can do to a leader or you have a tickle with the creator. It's for you to gain confidence. It's for you to understand I can bring the dimension of emotion. And then with it, I don't get addicted to that emotion. The only emotion man would ever get addicted to, and he cannot get away with it, is like DNA, is the emotion of the love, which is the essence of the devotion of the Creator to Mitra. Don't forget, Mitra could not love Creator if he did not receive the emotion of the love from him. Creator is possessor of all, and man converted of soul. That if you think your love is so strong between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man, then maybe you understand which one is a Mitra and which one is the Creator. And if you understood this sentence, as Muhammad said, bless his name, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. There is no more to teach. But man has not understood this. Man has not come to understand the dimension of emotion. There is no physicality, there is no dimension of existence as a life in the universe if you carry no emotion. And that emotion has to be transferred in the conduct and the behavior and thoughts. This is the ethos of it. Do good. And the rest of what the Christians call the three kings' gifts. Because they never understood the kingdom of the Creator is the behavior, the ethos of his life, which Mitra brought us in the name of Zoroaster. Kerdarenik, Kuftarenik, Bendarenik. Neat means perfect, correct. Talk, think, and do the correct. And this is the path of the life. This is a path where you will come from a ray to a field, and from the field, emotion. And then becomes a dimension of the creation. In the process of life, in the process of the dimension of understanding, man will become to understand the truth. Then man does not need a good fight. Does not need to put one on the cross or shoot at one on the wall. One of the most strangest things for man to understand is the third dimension in the process of the creation, which is emotion, which itself is created from the interaction of the field of the universe. And the universe is you, because without that dimension of the emotion, you don't exist to confirm your existence within yourself. You have to confirm the dimension of existence within yourself first, that you can manifest yourself to the outside. You cannot have a body when the heart doesn't work and it's not there. It's not life. It's just an object. It's just non-existence, because then it becomes nothing but deposited in the coffin and you see no sign of it forever. Then it comes a major point for man. How do I go as a ray, become a field, and then emotion and dimension of the soul and the physicality? The way you created the fields of the plasma of a man, the physicality as the children of Mitra. Now you have to understand how to create those fields that become the emotion of Mitra. And if you crack that, if you understood that, then you have entered the true kingdom of the Creator. Because you will think, do, in a way, talk the same language. Then you understand. You call it do good, act good, and the other one, think good. You're a hydrogen, you're a carbon 14, and then you're emotion. And in all three has to be perfect for a perfect manifestation. Maybe we open the mystery of the creation in the dimension of the word of the man, but in essence of the creator and his creation. Now, for you comes a point. Didn't I give you a 3-stacker macro? Isn't the 3-stacker macro the same as one to create the ray, one to create the field, and one for interaction of the two create the emotion, the fields of the existence, the plasma of life. And then if you can interact with it, you understand it's there to serve you with your emotion. Would it be gold? Would it be lover? Would it be a flower? Many times when I looked at the Magrav units, I said, these people are just still physical. You put one coil in the wrong direction to the other, you will not see the light. Your Magrav doesn't work because the ray is missing. You put wrong direction on the second one, your field is not there. How do you expect to live without carbon? And then also interaction with each other and the space of their own create a third dimension, which is emotion, which gives life to manifestation of your existence. Now, maybe as knowledge seekers, you understand the 3 kings, which they brought the 3 gifts, sits in your Magravs, and you never understood. You're still looking for saving energy and not paying electric bill. But you actually cut your own power supply from your own creator from the base on. Because you still look in the dimension of physicality. And as usual, when you play with a child, with a toy, it's just a toy as much as you can understand. When the older one comes, it's a rocket, and when the father comes, it's a spaceship. But in fact, it's the same toy. Different understanding plays with the same toy in different way and enjoys its benefit in different way. One dreams of boom boom and one dreams of deep space and where it can take me and become a passenger. But in fact, it's still the same toy, the same you. Man has to understand the knowledge. Man has to understand the process of the creation that in a simple way we explain. Then I wonder how many of you will come to understand the next step in the process of the teaching. Then does a collective interaction of the fields creates that dimension of creation. Maybe today's teaching open your eyes as usual to another dimension of life. Join us in April 29th teaching. In a way, meeting with the addiction of the space and understanding of our own addiction in the dimension of physicality. Each one will take from it what they want. And each one will go away with what they think they wanted. But in fact, isn't all the same. Thank you very much for today, but I hope you understood one of the biggest mysteries of the creation today. But man still needs to understand his own creation and his own conversion from physicality to energy, where the physicality itself is part of that energy spectrum. We go for a small break and we come back.
Okay, that was quite a bit to try and understand the strength of our emotions, but I think just looking at the picture and hearing the words, as Mr. Keshe says, he teaches through the soul. You may not have it 100% complete, but I think there's knowledge added even above your conscious level of understanding. This is what I'm thinking. And of course, going into the sessions on a monthly basis will help us to really understand more. As Mr. Keshe said, to become a master of this takes a long time, but he may speed up the process as he is across the universe. So the emotion has a strength, and we're tapping into this fountain of youth. Isn't this what everyone is basically looking for? And again, fountain of youth, not to serve ourselves, but to serve the others, teach the others, and show the others how it's done so that they can find the fountain of youth for themselves. And again, you're the captain of your own ship, so I cannot do this inside you, so to speak. I have enough trouble trying to keep my own physicality and emotions control. But it was amazing when I first heard that understanding of the gifts of the three kings. I have been trying to practice that more and more and more, of this thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. This is a huge understanding for all of us. And of course, it was turned into physicality, gift of incense, gift of oil, and some other kind of physical gifts. And so we started interpreting that as giving gifts to each other at the Christmas time. So far off from the true understanding. The same with Christ in the crucifixion, about the transmutation is what he showed us. Not that he died in your place, he saved himself. So this is what we're learning, and step by step, we're going into deeper into it. And again, it's for your own understanding, not for me to tell you how to understand it, but realize that you have the capabilities. It just needs more understanding on your part and my part. So there are some pieces of missing knowledge, which Mr. Keshe will fill in the coming months, weeks, and so on. And of course, we can all do it on our own, but it seems that only a few in history have achieved such capability, and they probably didn't even have the full understanding of it. Where even Christ and the Muhammad and Moses were stuck in a position, so to speak, where they couldn't really move themselves, as I understand it. Any questions or any thoughts before we go to the Dome of Peace? But there's definitely been knowledge transferred to you just listening to these teachings. Even if you don't think you get it, you're getting much more of it than you think you are. That's just my understanding. But it's so beautiful that we've gained so much in understanding compared to before the Keshe Foundation, where everything seemed to be mixed up in a way. Now we're really getting, so to speak, our feet on the ground and getting a firmer understanding of what it's going to take to, and I don't think we have the full understanding. It's not even been fully shared with us. Yes?
Jim, it's probably the most relevant thing that always comes to me. I never lie.
Gail, can I mute your mic? Okay, thank you. All right, any comments from anyone? And again, we're all equal here, so nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. But if you'd like to share anything, feel free. We're all equal. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace. If no one has anything they'd like to share. And again, it was interesting in the part that they play at the end in the Portuguese meeting. And I think Claudia played it yesterday in the plasma connection about how Corona was going to happen anyway. The soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community anyway, he said, even with the Corona or whatever. So there must be something going on in the background, and we're helping the soul of this planet. Apparently has a wrong streak in it. We're helping them to elevate to join the universal community, as I see it, by releasing of the GANS waters. And this is something we can do every day, anytime you'd like, but collectively we do it on Sunday. I'm sure you all are familiar with this, probably can't recite it, but let's go to the first step, which is something for our physicality to do. And it's also making a lot of connections between wellness centers, Mr. Keshe said. And right now we understand we only need one center, and that center is in Linz, perhaps. And let's just go to the first part of the Dome of Peace. And of course, just spraying the water, you are elevating the soul of this planet into a peaceful condition. So hopefully we can all join together on Sundays and do this collectively. We're much stronger than we are individually.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And wouldn't you think by giving peace to the soul of this planet, in return, you'll receive that peace? And that's what it's about, for us to become more peaceful and move away from this killing and eating other creatures in our refrigerator and other places. But it's a process. We're working on it, and I think we're seeing very good results. As Mr. Keshe said, if he changes the energies and we go into the system several times a day, in a few weeks, you may not ever eat again. So we're reaching a beautiful understanding and actually manifesting it in the physicality. Now let's go to the second step of the Dome of Creation, of the Dome of Peace. And of course, this is expanding our fields. I think the Brazilian team has shown all of us actually how it's done on a consistent basis, and they have brought the change, and they're going to also bring more changes to the change of the world leaders. I think that will be their, Mr. Keshe said, they've accumulated so much energy that what are they going to do next? And it looks like they're going to be, again, this is not a day job, as we all know, but it's going to take some time, and perhaps we'll have some surprises along the way too. I think President Xi is already there. I remember years ago when Mr. Keshe said he's the most peaceful man, one of the most peaceful men I've ever met. So he holds the ethos of the foundation. But anyway, this is the second step where we take it out of the dimension of Mitra, which is the physicality, and we go into the dimension of energy or the universe, which is the creator, which of course is you.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. In here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the guns, waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Thank you, Stefania and Shweta, for your service to the creation. But as you can see, your soul is already in motion as you participate in this. This is the greatest movement of the soul of the man, just giving waters to the soul of this planet, or energies to the soul of this planet to elevate them. So now we'll take 5 minutes and work together. Inner calmness, we spread the fields of our soul, and include the Universal Council if you can, if you'd like to. Let's just back this up, and we're on the 5 minutes of silence. So we'll take 5 minutes, include whoever you'd like. But again, I was emphasizing the Universal Council. I think they have a very integral role to play, and we all do, but they have been designated as the council that's going to bring this interaction in a way with our support, but they have, there's a reason for all this, and I think we'll see more and more as we move further and further down the timeline, so to speak. But very beautiful that we can give, and this is what Spaces universe is all about. Not how much we take every day, but how much we give. And of course, there's probably no day or night, but it's just the concept of giving and taking. Here we wonder how much we've taken, or we worry, have we taken enough? In the universe, they're thinking, have they given enough? So let's apply this to the 5 minutes of silence, where we give from the fields of our inner being, our soul, similar to the way the Creator did the creation. And this is a creation for peace. So we can start now. Thank you. And thank you all for generating fields and giving them from your soul. And with the number of people here and the combination of fields, we're continuing to push in this direction. Again, it's not a day job. It's going to take some work to do, and we'll continue that. But it's beautiful that you can give from your soul and learn how to do this. And this is part of what we're doing in understanding in the transmutation and so on. We start working with our soul on the energy level, and of course the emotion as well. There's a few things I don't understand about it, but I know we're heading in the right direction. This is the farthest I've ever gotten the understanding of creation or the creator and the universe and so on. So I can only see it growing and expanding. So thank you all for your participation, your continued participation in this process. And of course, you can never outgive the creator. The more you give, the more you receive. And so you can give more, but you're not giving to receive in so many ways. And the receiving may come to your stepson, your granddaughter, future generations, and so on. As Mr. Keshe said, somebody did something right along the way for us to be here. We picked up that flower somehow in the plasma level, and we became part of this whole process. So also thank the ones that have come before you. And we appreciate you sharing your soul with the others. And this is part of what we're learning to do, even though it would seem foreign and it doesn't seem like we're doing anything in the matter state. This is the way Mr. Keshe works. He says 90% of the time. So we're emulating that, and we're learning this process. Slowly, but we're learning it. I think now is time to bring in the star of the show, which is Alex from Canada. And I will play the, this is not the disclaimer. Let me play the disclaimer, and then Alex, you can take over the screen if you would. Let's just
Thank you.
To the beginning. Thank you.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And we want to thank Alex for joining us today. Please take the screen, Alex, when you're ready, for another wonderful teaching and enlightenment. And hopefully we all have a question or two that we'd like to raise with Alex after his presentation. He does do quite a bit of work to put these things together, and this is another form of giving and sharing. So we thank you very much, Alex, for your continued presence here and your depth of knowledge and your willingness to share with all of us equally.
And good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for that introduction, Mark. And thank you for your fine work in bringing us all here together. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America. A lot of exciting things happening. And the most exciting thing is the number of knowledge seekers who come here and contribute to the field strength of our meeting here, not just today, but ongoing, because we are in a pivotal moment. And so let's get into it. You've given me a tough act to follow. Thursday's class was absolutely breathtaking. We're learning about the teachings of Marin Tavakoli Keshe, and this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are doing the advanced inner space classes. We're talking about dream memory. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is April the 2nd, 2023. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. This is the last of the advanced inner space series, and it adds to the previous advanced classes. And even though we went through the teaching, understanding, knowing, insight, and earth space, whether it's basic, intermediate, or advanced, it is all very, very basic. We are in for a real show. And we've covered a lot of ground here, and we've come to the crossroads, as I said. And one of the things that really brought it forward, as you know, we've had a survey with the Dining with the Creator group. And one of the questions on the survey was so profound. And I think maybe it was the importance of the question may have missed, and I'd like to focus on that today, because the survey says, after nearly 4.5 hours of deliberation, another question that was asked: have you learned anything about yourself that has brought you closer to know yourself? Strange question, of which 93% of the people said yes. And which implies another question: well, who is you, and who is the surrogate you, and how can you bring yourself closer to yourself? Especially if the who is you. And it becomes kind of difficult because we're still searching for outer space, and that's also difficult. So everything seems to be normal. And what we're trying to do is decipher the books of the first 3 books of Mr. Keshe. First book was The Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And so this is the creation of matters, the creation of PM6, the principal matter, the magnetical matter, which eventually becomes the origin of the universe. And through that, our souls as well. And so this becomes the gravitational reality. And to go from there to here, or from here to there, there's this link we call the structure of the light. And we really don't understand the structure of the light. And that makes it very difficult to understand that link, because we're just focused on this stable pie in the sky. And it just happens to be this little tiny red dot in the right-hand corner. And we call that our universe. And part of that universe, of course, is Earth. And then on Earth, we have our tiny home. And it doesn't matter how big your home is, it's very tiny when you look at the rest of outer space and how big it really is. And so we wonder, why are we so focused on this little tiny sweetheart pie, little sweetie? And it really is a crazy question, isn't it? So just one moment, please. And so we wonder, can we dream of bigger pies? And why can't we dream of bigger pies? I mean, let's face it. If you just have one piece of pie, is that enough? And why are you settling for that peace? Maybe the peace that you left behind is the peace that you want. So you can have the small piece or the big piece, can't you? Or some people, they want the whole pie. Forget the piece. But you have to look at the way the universe is created, and you see that there are overlapping fields. And so we are in a position, our planets are sun-centric, and our planets all orbit around the sun. And each of these planets is in a specific location. And so this is a good thing, because when we're trying to practice shooting our targets, we want to make sure that we come to the place where we're most welcome. And the Earth space is the most welcome of all the planets. And so we see that. And how we got here was with some kind of emotion. And so it affected the position, our position on the planet. But that emotion of position had to take into account the planetary soul family, didn't it? Because we had to figure out, in order where we go, we also had to know where not to go. And is that all we know? Because when you look at the position of this planet, it too is a small piece of the pie, but it is immersed in this massive sea of emotion of knowledge. And so these are the things that we've discussed in this advanced inner space series. And so we liken it to like a game. And so we see that when we look at, say, sports games, we have a field of play, we have teams, but then we have players, and each of these players participate in part of that field. And then that whole field becomes part of the game, which includes the spectators. And so every one of these fields, whether it's a part of the field, the whole team, the whole spectators, or the whole stadium with the spectators and the players and the teams, this becomes the soul of inertia. And in order to determine our position in there, we always have to have a reference point. And so that reference point becomes the point in between that launch field and that landing field. And at some point is that PM ticks point, where we have the rays of emission and the rays of absorption. And all of these launch fields and landing fields give and take energy at light speed. And depending on what energy level is going to depend on what kind of light and the speed of the light. You see, because we're dealing with physical light, we put limitations on it. And that limitation seems to extend right into our nuclear science. And we have to transcend that to understand how to make the Earth a safe place, despite the fact that we have all these potential nuclear emergencies going on around. And the reason we can do that is because when we're trying to create something, you don't create by destroying, you create with life. And that life is bound to the ethos of the universe, which involves morality, compassion, and courage. These are all aspects of the creation of inner space. And that inner space includes our space, which is man's space, and our environment, which is our earth space. After today, we'll find out what we already know. There's more space. Because we're still dreaming of outer space. We want to conquer it. But all we see is inertia space. That is the physical materialization of all of these spaces. when we look at the solar system, that's all part of the sun space. And when we look at our planets, that's part of the planet space. And even our planet has a moon, and that is the moon space. And in between these spaces, well, there's another space, and we can see that. So all of these spaces are physical. So none of these are outer space. We have to define and be specific about the space that we're talking about. And so we're still dreaming about space. And very shortly, we're going to be demonstrating our ability to actually go into outer space to the moon. So please bear that in mind. And so if we want to go to the moon and our launch field is Earth space, then that implies a relationship. And this is where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. And in every relationship, to make it a relationship that is strong, it has to be in balance. So we call it a maggrav. And that maggrav is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so the scientific community has a responsibility, but they're basically in the awake state. And the spiritual community has a responsibility, and they have a difficulty with the physicality. So we could say that they're in the dream state. The plasma science adds to the knowledge. It brings the two together. And what we need to change is the rate of change, because it's not moving fast enough. The responsibility is not being addressed. And so how do we bring these two together? And so when we bring things together, things happen. And so one of the things that the universe provides is a universal harvesting, and that's what we call self-enhancement. And that's where you relate to some source, to the individual you. And that has allowed us not only to choose what we do, but we chose our planet, and that planet was Earth. But some of us, once we get to Earth, we decide to forget that. And so we want to have a relationship with some individual, to the individual you. And in that process, suck your energy, which we call self-consumption, because that burden then transfers to them. They call it loose harvesting, and they need more of it. And they need it at our expense, don't they? That's the problem, because energy binding is all part of creating a maggrav field. But to create this maggrav field, do we have to do it at the expense of others? And the way they do it is through double crossing, lying, cheating, stealing, and even murder. But you know, we're all doing that. So we have to keep an eye on our own pie. And we ask them to keep their eye on their own pie also. Because the Earth has it figured out. It has a maggrav condition, and it is gravitationally stable. And it's this maggrav created by the balance between the soul of the Earth and the soul of the Earth body. And we need that soul of the Earth body. But we don't look anything like the Earth, because we can do things more. And so that anomaly was resolved when we looked at the part of ourselves, that part we call the cells. And we find that these cells are also gravitationally stable. I mean, let's face it. The kidney cells all go to the kidney, very stable. The pancreas cells all go to the pancreas, very stable. But if we have a health issue, this makes the stability less stable. But would it be caused by, let's say, pancreas, say, kidney spy? Would it be possible for a kidney spy to sit inside the pancreas and sabotage the pancreas? Would it do that? It sounds comical, doesn't it? So our cells wouldn't do that. But it seems that we would do that. And so the we is the physical we. The physical we is not the only we. There are other parts of we. There's me, myself, and I, and others as well. And so as we discovered, we now get to know ourselves and become closer to ourselves. And we do this better. And one of the reasons for it is because we now understand that there are different emotions, there are families of emotions. And so we found in this inner space series that the emotion of knowledge is transcended through the soul space. And that soul space has a point of view which transcends the limitation of man's understanding. And that point of view is the universal community's point of view. And that community is peaceful. So we don't have kidney spies or heart spies or soul spies. It doesn't work that way. It only works on this planet for some reason. And so we ignore creation. And we look at our brain, for instance. Our brain was created. And it was created into a substance of calcium plasma. But to achieve that calcium plasma, that energy had to come. And it came in the form of an emotion of knowledge. And we, in turn, can give an emotion of knowledge. We call it an idea. And we know that if we give an idea, we are not left with a hole in our head. We still have our brain, and now we've given an idea. So we have proof of concept. And then when we look at our brain, we know that we have two sides of the brain. But interestingly, the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. And the left brain controls the right side of the body. And so there's a crossover, a plasmatic crossover. And so we find that the brain food is the calcium plasma and the heart food is the iron plasma. And so the brain and the heart functions together. But when we look at our sweetheart x-rays, the gravitational field effect, which contributes to the materialization effect, we find that the heart materialization precedes the brain. And then the blood materialization is throughout the body, but around the brain. There's a difference. So this leads us to the question, can the brain materialize before the heart? And wouldn't that make a difference? Well, it all depends on the brain food, doesn't it? And so let's investigate how we get to know ourselves better, right? And so we have a dream memory. And the purpose of this dream memory really is, it's kind of like you write a note to yourself. And it's from this dream memory that you make daily plans. And at the end of your day, you review your daily progress. And the measuring stick, of course, is your daily plans. And then you go to sleep and you try and remember that dream again. And you try again in the morning. And most of us can't remember our dreams, but some of us can. And then we look for the meaning of these dreams and we share it with others, not realizing that our dream is our dream, not your dream. It's like describing life on this planet. Well, my life is different from your life. If I choose to describe my life, it would not be correct in describing your life because your life has different experiences. And so with the question, getting to know yourself, that's why the question is structured that way, because you have to know yourself and I have to know myself. Oh, what's interesting about this was that we were able to remember our dream. All of us remembered our dream. And that's why we could answer the questions. So now the question is, do we dare to dream and exercise our dream memory, because we still haven't figured this thing out? And so as we ponder that thought, and we say, well, what is pondering? Well, pondering is a physical way to make plans, isn't it? Because you have to sit there and think about it. But you're not asleep, you're awake. And as you make your daily plans, and at the end of the day, you review that daily progress, you now have your physical measuring stick. And then at the end of the day, you still go to sleep. And then you have dreams. And you try again in the morning. And so if you're able to do your daydreaming and you're able to do your night dreaming, then now we're capable of dreaming big. And how big is big? So what do we account for and what do we discount for? And what's interesting is that we have a basic instinct, because we still have a problem with our memory, because we're not born with our memory. We all seem to have a memory that is several years after having been born. We don't remember before we were born either. And come to think of it, we don't remember what happens afterwards. Well, not that anyone's had a chance to ask, I guess. Although some of us have been to seances and had a chance to talk to mediums. And maybe they can communicate to us. But in the absence of all of that, we have to rely on a basic instinct. And we know how that works because we've seen it with, let's say, cats. And if you have, let's say, a family of kittens, and I've seen this too many times, where the mother passes away for whatever reason, and the kittens don't have the benefit of nursing with mom, and they don't have the benefit of learning from mom. And yet somehow they're able to make daily plans and review their daily progress, and they still go to sleep. So they survive on instinct, on that basic instinct, which is really the remembrance of their RNA dream. And then they too can try it in the morning. And I wonder if they dare to dream big. So what is our physicality then? In our physicality, we make daily growth plans, don't we? You need things as a baby. You need things as a child. Well, you need things as a teenager, and you need things, obviously, as an adult. And then you need things as a mature adult, an old adult. And along the way, at every stage, we get to review our daily progress and based on growth. But we still have to go to sleep. But there's a difference. There's a difference because now we have to remember our DNA dream, don't we? Because you're born as a baby, you grow into an adult, you don't want to go back to sleep and wake up in the morning as a baby. You have to remember your feedback to your DNA. And your DNA has to grow along with your progress. So you can try it again in the morning from where you left off last time. And so now you can dare to dream bigger. And so we see that there's this rotating field in terms of what we describe growth. And so we see this cornucopia-like growth of a snail. But then we see other snails, which also have this cornucopia-like growth. But then they have these horns that grow on the outer shell. And so there's a rotating field on top of a rotating field. And don't forget, inside is the physicality of the inhabitant. And so the shell and the snail grow together. And as the snail grows, the shell has to grow. But who's doing the building? Well, the snail does it himself. And so we talked about this in the past, and we see a similarity between the nerves, the way they're formed, between the fatty acids, the way they're formed, and then, of course, the monatomic structure of the nanocoating of the atoms to go from an atomic structure to a monatomic structure, where the atomic structure is linked together like a chain, and the monatomic structure is linked together by nearness and proximity. But when we look at the nerves and we see the center part, the axon, there's a myelin sheath that goes around. And it also is like a little cornucopia. And each of these myelin sheaths create a field of memory. And each of these fields work together with more fields of memory. And so the number of turns on the myelin sheath determines the field strength of the memory. And the excellence of the communication from one sheath to another sheath determines the sharpness of the memory and the recall, the speed of recall. So the strength and the speed, does that sound familiar? But that's the memory that we see in our physicality. And so it seems to be that this is the contributing factor to our, shall we say, muscle memory that we need for walking, playing sports, playing musical instruments, cooking, whatever we do, building. So that memory is in there, but also our experiences in there. And this is what contributes back to our DNA. And that's fine in the physicality. We can't find this type of structure in the brain. There's some kind of memory structure in the brain that is not as dependent physically as the nerves are. And so we find that we can remember things and we can ponder our things. And although we do that in the physicality, we're certainly not doing it through our nerves. We're doing it through our brain. And then we find that sometimes we can remember our dreams. And so that memory would come into the brain as well, wouldn't it? But sometimes we only have a flash of a dream. And so the difference between being able to remember the dream and not remembering a dream seems to be the skill. So some people have more skill than others to remember their dreams. But also there's a time frame. And it seems that you have maybe less than 30 seconds from the time that you wake up to remember your dream, provided you're focused on your dream, in order to build some kind of gravitational stability of the memory of that dream. So the dream, in fact, is not gravitationally stable, but the memory needs to be gravitationally stable. And so we find that the difference between that stability, we see that our structure is gravitationally stable based on our skeleton. We see the stacker unit is gravitationally stable on the stacker stand. And we've already discussed the nerves, they're gravitationally stable. But we find that we have a collective amnesia at birth. So at that point in time, we don't have that gravitationally stable memory. But the RNA and the DNA relationship to the RNA seems to have a very stable relationship, because as we grow, we have kidneys and we have hearts and we have lungs, and we don't have any spies. We don't have any stomach spies hanging around in our lungs. And then, despite the fact that we can't remember when we were born, and in fact, there's a period from the time that we were born to the time when we were children, we can't remember. We can still grow. So that memory is still with us. And the whole purpose of life is to learn, and the whole purpose of life is to grow. So how do we take that with us after death? So let's review this problem with the memory as we've talked about it before, because we can't remember before we were born. So we call it, say, the unborn time. And we can't remember after we were born. We don't even remember the birthing process. So that would be the born time. And some of us can't even remember yesterday. And some of those can't remember because we have brain injuries. And some of us can't remember because we get old. And some of us can't remember our dreams because we don't want to remember our dreams. We want to block them out. And not just our dreams, but our reality, our memory. We call it amnesia. And we're not going to make any commentary on brain function, but you know, sweetheart, can you remember? Can you remember and make your connections? So the fact of the matter is that we do need to sleep and we do need to have the rest. And so the physicality is left behind in safety. This is very important. It has to be in a safe place. And so we ask, well, who leaves and who stays behind? And who's minding the brain? Because if the soul starts traveling, it has to leave the brain to go traveling. Well, what happens now? Who's minding the fort and who's minding the brain? And does the soul of the body dream with the soul? Or does the soul of the body temporarily occupy the field of the brain to kind of, shall we say, encompass the whole part of the physicality? Or can the soul of the body leave also and stay within the soul of the man, knowing full well that the soul of the cells will take care of things because there are no soul spies. So we don't have to worry about when the cat's away, the mice will play. You know, when the soul of the body leaves the body, the soul of the kidney cell will spy on the soul of the stomach. Don't have to worry about that. It's all well organized. And we're in a safe place. And so the soul knows that, and the soul can make that dream connection. And what connection is it? What are we connecting to? So we haven't answered the soul of the body question, but the soul is definitely connected to something. So is the soul connected? And it was one of the problems with understanding the dreams when we do remember them, is because we're trying to relate them to our physicality, trying to relate them to our earth space, but that doesn't always happen. I mean, one of the reasons you can't remember your dreams is because you don't understand them. And how can you understand them when you can't relate to them? Well, the one thing we have to understand is that the reason we came to Earth is because we were attracted here by the soul family of souls. So all of us have this problem collectively. And all of us, when we go to sleep, all of us dream, whether we remember or not. And so in some cases, the souls come together and make plans and get a chance to review the progress of those plans from the day before. Because the new plans are based on the previous plans because we remember what happened. And so we're not going to go back as babies, we're going to go back as babies plus the growth. And so we're going to go from there. But what do we take into account? What do we discount? So do we just focus on what we achieved the day before, knowing full well that that day is determined by an Earth space rotation? One rotation is a day, 365 and a bit rotations take us all the way around one rotation around the sun, which we call a year. But what about the universe? What about the universal community? How long is their day? And do we connect with them as well? And do all of us collectively go to connect with them? Or do each of us connect in our own way? And so that would seem logical, wouldn't it? because each of us is individual. Even though we all have this basic structure of the soul and the physicality, we are all unique. This is what creates the spice of life, isn't it? This biodiversity. This is the feature. This is the asset of the Earth space. This is the attraction. That's why we came to Earth space and not go to Mars space. I mean, if you judge a book by the cover, Mars is pretty boring. And so Earth space is a lot more exciting. But we leave the body behind when we go to sleep. And then sometimes we remember. And is that all we take into account? What about the soul of the earth? Does the soul of the earth dream? Does the soul of the earth play in this dream connection? Do we have to maintain that as our guidepost so that we know how to get back in the morning? Because heaven forbid, we wouldn't want to go back into the wrong place, would we? Otherwise, we'd have a body lying around saying, well, where am I? And, oh, well, that body would be in a coma, wouldn't it? So the capability to dream is there. We all have it. That's a proof of concept. The capability of remembering that dream is available in some cases. It's proof of concept. What we are launching into is a field to understand that not only can we do soul travel, but we can remember that dream. And so that requires a change, and a change in our posturing. And so what is posturing? It's kind of like a comparison. Who's the stronger? Who's the bigger? Who's the king? Who's the boss? And so one of the postures we could take is offensive. An offensive posture, as in attacking. Well, you could take a defensive posture, as in defending. Or we could take an advancement posture, as in progression. So to help us understand which is which, then we only have to decide which one is the provider and which one is the denier. And when we say denier, it doesn't have to be the terrorist, right? A provider will provide life essentials and a terrorist will deny life essentials. But life essentials transcend beyond the physicality and the physical existence on this planet. So we don't have to be a terrorist to be a denier. A denier can be defensive, as in preventing regression. So for instance, you were a child, you grew into an adult, and although physically you progressed, mentally you regressed. So one of the defensive postures is to prevent this regression. And they say the best defense is an offense, isn't it? So I believe the Keshe Foundation is now on the offensive, because we're not attacking, we're offering peace and prosperity. Who are the provider? You want to be the denier? Go ahead. Have fun. So we need to understand that this all has to do with energy. And when we look at the principal matter energy levels, we find that as in book number 1, it's a combination of the matter and energy, dark matter energy, and antimatter energy. And they have different levels and different field strengths. And so the antimatter being the strongest field strength and the matter energy being the lowest field strength. But if we look at the size of the field and the positioning of the field, we find that the soul of the body lives in the physicality and the soul of the man lives in the physicality. And the soul of the body has a bigger field than the soul of the man. But when they go to sleep, the soul of the man gets liberated. And in fact, has to change its field strength. It gets released and raises its field strength to that of the antimatter level, which is gravitational. And is from there that things happen. Because now you have a new point of gravitational stability. The soul of the body maintains its strength. So those are the 2 feeding dimensions, aren't they? And the feedback dimension, well, that is your reality dimension. That's your physicality at that point in time. Or it could be your dream state at that point in time. And regardless of which field you're looking at, you're not that field. You're the observer. You're in a different dimension. And so you will become the observer. Well, this is what I did today. These were my plans. This is the progress. This is my measuring stick. I'm the observer. Now I'm going to go to sleep. My soul's making plans for the next day in conjunction with the other souls. I like to remember what they do, but if I can't remember, maybe I have to rely on my instinct. And so I still become the observer because what I'm doing, whether I'm aware or I'm working instinctively, I'm still following the intentions of the soul. And if I'm a good observer, and if I allow that to manifest, then that feedback dimension will manifest. And that feedback dimension, if it manifested into physicality, would be called materialization. So we have different points of view, don't we? So too many of us are looking at these fields coming together as a flash or a glow or something that glitters. And is it profitable? And so we either account for or discount for things to determine that and in our decision-making process. But we find too many governments around the world are forecasting recessions and crashing economies and banks collapsing. And the thing is, they're planning on this. So when you plan on it, that means you have a confidence. Are we having confidence in losing? Or are we having a confidence in our creation? Or is it lack of confidence in our creation? And if it's a lack, then it's a lack in that gravitational stability, isn't it? So no wonder we have no gravitational stability, because the way we create things is to blow them up. When we look at the creation on this planet, we find that it's very bountiful. But then sometimes we have problems. because we don't remember? Or is it a genetic defect? And so we find that the impetus that creates all of this is a plasma field strength. And that plasma field strength is derived from energy. And that energy is in different energy states. So when people ask you what is plasma, that's what it is. It's a kind of energy state. And there are different energy states. They have different field strengths. And not only does it help us understand our Earth space, but now we're trying to find our inner space sequence, because that's going to be the key to unlock the gateway to outer space. And that's pretty important. It would be nice to go through life and understand the importance of life, wouldn't it? You have to ask these questions. You can ask them every day. And when the physical scientists can't answer that question, then you can ask your spirit. And when your spiritual scientists can't answer that question, you can ask your soul. Because your soul is part of the universe family. It's part of the way the universe is created. It exists from energy. And that energy is always positive. And that energy is always true. And it carries the truth. And in the truth, it carries you. So you is the truth. That's the universal order of creation of matters. And then there has to be a relationship. And if there's a relationship, that means in combination with something. So all things exist from energy in combination. And because we have different field strengths, and because we have different energy levels, and some are plasmatic and some are physical, we have a lot of variety, a lot of opportunities, a lot of things to dream about. And the way we travel is to understand the magnetical gravitational field forces of how charges in motion work. We have rotating fields, we have the speed of the fields, the strength of the fields, and the direction of flow. And these all follow basic rules where we have energy states that can increase or decrease by at least an order of magnitude. In the fundamental rule of the higher energy feeding the lower energy. And so we call that either creation or decay. But in some cases, as like the sun, it's catalytic. It can give energy and do it again and again and again. And the sun doesn't really go to sleep. The sun just goes on the other side of the earth. We're the ones that go to sleep. So the sun is always giving us energy. And so we see that there are different states of energy. And we find that we can transfer this energy faster in higher states. This is very important because this transfer rate is also by many orders of magnitude. So we go to a higher state by orders of magnitude, and we transfer energy in those higher states by orders of magnitude. And we get to choose and decide whether or not we absorb this energy or we are a barrier of this energy. And so these are distinct characteristics of the plasma science. But the overriding rule is the plasma is bound to the ethos of the universe. Bound as in gravitationally bound, gravitationally stable to the stable ethos of the stable universe. And so two forces come together. You would be right in asking, is it just a dream? But whatever comes together is an inertia manifestation. And that manifestation has no regard for time and distance. And so when we look at these field forces being manifested, it's an inertia manifestation of a kind. a plasma field is an inertia manifestation of a kind, and it starts with the PM ticks feeding, which is magnetical, and it manifests itself into a plasmagen state of conversion, bringing together the principal transition and convergence matter, creating this stable mag-rav condition, which is very gravitational, but on its own, you can't see it. It has to interact with something. It has to have a feedback, and that feedback would be an environment, say the Earth space. So your man space interacting with the Earth space creates an inertia field, an inertia manifestation of a kind, and that field interaction is our physicality in our physical environment. And so when we look at the core component of this energy, we find that we're looking at a PM tick, which is like an electron. It's magnetical. But then we have this anomaly where the electron is also part of an atom, which also has this proton. And so it's like twins, but not really, because the proton is a lot bigger than the electron. And so we find that the atoms are very stable. They're gravitationally stable. Well, we don't know if it's plasmatic or if it's physical. We haven't decided yet. So we have to look at the relations, and we see which field strength it is and what is the relationship and how is the strength accommodated for by these field relations. And so Earth space is a kind of energy state, but it is for sure gravitationally stable. And the inner space of Earth space is a stable energy state. And it too is gravitationally stable. But we have an inner space as well, and it's gravitationally stable. And so our man space is gravitationally stable, isn't it? But the thing that makes it so stable is that it's bound to the ethos of the universe. And so when we look at these synergy fields, where we look at either a creation dimension or a decay dimension, in order to maintain that stability, it has to come together. And so once it creates this gravitational stability of a synergy field, then we can determine its field strength and determine its position, and then decide, does it want to stay in a plasmatic field or does it want to materialize into a physical field? And so all these feeding rules are following the basic principles of attraction and repulsion, which we call magnetical and gravitational field strengths, that represent a feeding field and a feedback field. And so there's a sequence, and that allows us to develop skills where we can turn on and turn off the feeding. And we make that choice. And we can either increase or decrease the strength, because we want to know which direction we're going, and we make that choice. And so we can enhance or diminish our position as we choose. Oh, we make that choice. We're the last man standing. That's the sequence. We have that ability. So we can solve this anomaly between our magnetical and gravitational rays, which are basic energy feeding packs. And in order to make these things move, and in order to make these things connected, they have to have an emotion. And so one of these fundamental emotions is the emotion of knowledge, which we can rely on, because we can either dream about it, we can remember it, or we can operate instinctively. And in all of those cases, we don't have to worry about spies and subterfuge and ambush. So all these core energy packs that come into our brain. And they create this symbiosis. And we find that our soul is positioned at this crossroads where the PM ticks and the other rays, the X-rays and the gamma rays and the cosmic rays come together, because they're all core energy packs in motion. And so we find that the principles of the Twinity is this constant ability to transfer the magnetic field from the larger plasma to the smaller plasma. And we see that in the structure of the atom. And it is from there that we build up the amino acids. And the amino acids are structured from products which are gravitationally stable, created from the atom. And so depending on how many bunches of atoms you get together, you've got the hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen, and they form a star formation. And then from there, they build everything. And so our point of existence actually becomes a transmutation from that dream state with a reference to our families and our environment, and creates a gravitationally stable field. And that field could be a physical reality, or it could be a transition from a plasmatic reality to a physical reality, and another transition to the physical reality to the plasma reality. And the only thing that limits us is our understanding. It's our understanding that puts the limitations on our soul, because our soul doesn't have any limitations. So if we just depend on the emotion of vision, then we could say, well, vision has to do with the eyes, but realistically, it has to include other methods of feedback. We have the ears, the nose, the mouth, and then we have this pondering vision, where we make plans and we imagine what we can do with those plans, and then we have a feedback with respect to our success, and that becomes our inertia feedback vision. And so that's the physical feedback. But what about the soul? The soul appreciates the feedback, doesn't it? But that's not how we were born. The soul was positioned at a crossroads where you have this plasmatic symbiosis between the feedback vision and the feeding vision. This becomes the inertia feeding vision. And then to reinforce this vision, we go to sleep. And we have dreams. So the dreams become our soul visions. But if we can't remember these visions, and we can't remember these dreams, how do we manipulate our soul positioning, and how do we manifest our physical reality? As a matter of fact, how come we were born? And so whether we consciously remember our dreams, for sure we remember them unconsciously, because our dream memories are ingrained. Without that, we would have never been born, and we would have never had the instincts to fill that gap between the time when we can't remember and when we can remember. And the earth has that same problem. But the earth has solved that problem because it's extremely stable. Despite the fact that we have a whole bunch of spies on this planet who are working hard to undermine its gravitational stability. but it is creating an inertia field by absorbing energy, and it becomes very stable. And it is also emitting energy from that inertia field, reinforcing its stability by maintaining this position between here and there, maintaining the field and letting the neighbors know that, yes, Earth is here. And we're so glad that it does that, because when we get up in the morning and we finish our dreaming, we need a place to go. And sure, we want to go into the body, but remember that body is on our Earth. And so there's this feeding inertia field that is going on constantly. It's a maggrav feeding inertia field. Energy's coming, energy's going, it's moving all the time. What do you take into account? What do you omit? What do you forget about? Or what do you just assign to a soul to take care of business while we go traveling? And so we find that there are things that we cannot control in our physicality. We can only create a condition to have a plasma inertia family work. And that's seeing is believing, even though sometimes we see things and they are transparent, or sometimes they're just not there. They seem to have vanished. But because even the absence of evidence is evidence, the believing is knowing. And that's your feedback. So we have an emotional feeding and an emotional feedback. The two work together. And we get this reinforcement of knowing. The knowing is the dreaming. The manifestation of the dreaming can be plasmatic or physical, but it's always plasmatic, for sure. And we see that in the cups of life, because when we set up the environment, we do get the CO2 GANs and the calcium GANs, the zinc and copper GANs, the amino acid, we talked about it, and of course water. And so all of this we've created. Did we take enough into account to understand it? Were we able to make the plans and then measure our success and understand and grow from there? Or did we get stuck? Well, fortunately for us, we were growing. And that wasn't part of our plan. That was part of our soul plan. So we don't have to ponder this. It's automatic. It's a magnetical gravitational relationship as interpreted by the soul and directed by the soul. And so we have the emotion, the physicality, and the soul coming together to create our man space soul. And then we have the earth space soul, and the coming together of those two souls creating the inertia soul. These are the 5 cups of soul. But before we got here, the earth had to maintain its gravitational stability, and it had to create an inertia field into a star formation, where we had the 2 rotating plasma hemispheres creating the 1 physical rotation of the earth and maintaining its position. So we see that the soul of inertia becomes a combination of energies coming together, and they create this gravitational stability by converting these energies. And whatever that conversion is, that is the field of inertia. And that field of inertia is a magnetical gravitational balance, and becomes the home of the soul of the inertia, which now has to have a context and a relationship. So we find that when we want to maintain a relationship, we find that there's a dynamic soul plasma, and it encapsulates and accounts for a lot of things, more than just what we thought, because it involves the soul of the creator and the soul of the earth, both of which had to precede us. But how do we know? Because we're not alone. The soul of the family of humanity is here also. There's 8 billion of us here. And so each of us have our own soul. And because we have this reference point, we have the soul of the body. And the soul of the body has many, many functions. And this is transferred to the soul of the cells. And they all do their things according to the universal field forces and the universal laws. And no spies are allowed. And whether we remember or not, we make the dream memory connection. And as a result, we can maintain these dynamic plasma relationships. Our inner space, that's what we're talking about, is our inner space inside our inner space field. And from there, we can do either a horizontal transmission or a vertical emission. It becomes a dynamic field plasma relationship. And the sun space does that. But not just within itself, but it does that in a field beyond itself to others that are in that field, the other planets. And it does it the same way, horizontal transmission and a vertical emission. But it doesn't discriminate. It broadcasts uniformly into the sun space field, unconditionally, to the plasma family. So there's always a family reference and a feeding radiance from that family reference to another family reference and a feedback radiance. And it's always welcome. The only way that it can be true is to be true. You can't fake truth. You can't fake reality. You can't fake sincerity. And you can't fake love. Because love is the energy behind the knowledge in motion. And so we have a reference to a family that brought us here. And we have a reference to a family that we contribute to. Because as part of that family, we are created. And as part of our family, we can create. And so in that process, we take what we need and we give what we don't need. And so in that process, we need to absorb to enhance our soul. However, on behalf of, to emit to enhance other souls, right? Because you have to have a purpose. And so the vertical people have a family, and that family is fed by the emotional knowledge also. So, you'd be right to ask the question, vertical people dream. But the inertia of the biodiversity is determined by the non-visible soul of inertia. Because it's all part of the universe, and the universe is emotionally normal. The universe and the earth also seek freedom and emancipation. And so why not man? Man can choose his existential adaptation to the harvest of the plasma emotional energy of the plasma universe, soul family. the family that you dream with every night. And so when we're pursuing our happiness and we find that we're lost in space, we go to the wrong place and there's no welcome mat. And we forgot that the emotion of position was lost in our dreams. We forgot our dreams. So we can't remember our dreams. It's bad enough. But some dreams we do remember, and when we forget them, that is really bad. And so we forget those instinctive dreams that we've had when we were born, and we supplant them with rocket science because we want to find outer space. And then we see that man has never launched a rocket into outer space because the way the souls were born, the method of transport was the emotion of knowledge. And it's the emotion of knowledge that directs the soul of inertia. And that soul of inertia manifests itself into our essence and our being and materializes into our physicality. And so how we navigate is through this emotion of position map. It's this plasmatic field strength combination of feeding radiance and feedback radiance, the balancing of the magnetical gravitational relationships. And you have to take enough into account, and you have to be able to decide how much is enough and how big is large. So the missing link is this welcome mat. Because we understand the soul of the man have to have a soul. But what brought us here? And where is here? And so we see that the soul of the earth had to be here first. And so it's the soul of the sun had to be here first also. And so in combination, that's what brought us here. But is it plasmatic or is it physical? And which is the dominant matter state? So we have to understand that whatever matter interaction is, that is an inertia field. And depending on its nature, it will either be physical or plasmatic. And so that becomes our perception, whether it's a stacker or whether it's a universal reality. So any plasma feeding leads to manifestation, and it could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible. And so whatever we have, even if it's an emotion, such as an emotion of presence, whatever we have is a form artifact of energy in motion at that manifestation point. And so whether it's a plasmatic reality or whether it's a physical reality, that emotion of position is determined by the reality dimension. That reality dimension is that point in between the launch field and the target field. And we don't know where that field is. What we do know is that the soul of inertia increases by field strength, and that would be creation, or it decreases in field strength, and that would be decay. But that soul is non-tangible and non-visible. So that manifestation of interaction is the inertia. So the inertia is also non-tangible and non-visible. But it could be physical and visible. In all cases, it's a product of creation. And so we see that there's a principal interaction between two fields. And we say that the sun is gravitationally stable and the earth is gravitationally stable, and they operate the same way, and they're equal, but they don't look equal. So when we decide what determines equality, we have to choose that reference point, that reference of equality. And so that has to do with the exchange of energy, doesn't it? Because physically they're not equal. So what determines the strength of the energy and the direction of the flow of the energy is the plasmatic spectrum in relationship to the physicality spectrum. And now we have the technology to determine both and to see the truthfulness and to understand that there's a connection, and that connection represents that truthfulness. That's the reality dimension. That's the covalent bond that bonds these different dimensions, whether they're seen or whether they're unseen. And when we got here, we had nothing to do with the inertia of the Earth space. The Earth space manifested itself into the physicality based on its family of souls, the planetary souls, in relationship to the Earth soul, to the Sun soul. So whether it's a planetary family or whether it's a humanity family, there is a soul. And it's that soul family that works together with the Earth space. We call it the peace stone. And that is the area that we dream about. But that's just one of our landing spots. But it's an important landing spot because that's how we got here. That is the essence of the soul of inertia. This is the community soul, the community soul of the family. That's our reference point. So the soul family references the peace stone and the soul of the earth and the soul of the creator and our souls and the soul of the cells and the soul of the universal community. And so when we have this reference, we have to say, well, when we're exchanging energy, we give and take from where? And who's the leader and who's the follower? And does the leader have a problem? Because how does the leader follow? So you always ask yourself, what is your source of inspiration? Well, can you remember your inner space peace? Because that's what brought you here, isn't it? Whether you remember or whether it's instinctive or whether it's ingrained in your RNA. So before you got here, the planet soul had a priority. So the soul of the earth came together with the soul of the solar system plus the soul of the sun. So now that the soul of the earth is here, in combination with the soul of the sun, it can attract the soul of the earth body. So there we are. We have a place to go. And so that attracts the souls of the family of man, doesn't it? The soul of the earth body interacting with the soul of the earth. So now the party begins, because the family bodies of man interact with the soul of the earth body plus the souls of the family of man. So the sequencing changes. We have the soul of the earth body, we have the soul of the family bodies of man, and our soul of the man. So that attracts our soul of the body. But we have to finish off the earth space sequence, don't we? Because the soul of the earth body still interacts with the soul of the sun body and manifests the physicality of the earth, the physicality of the earth itself, which allows the family bodies of man to land, right? Because they interact with the soul of the earth body plus the soul of the family bodies of man. And so we have humanity on this planet. And it's because of this humanity that we can manifest physicality. Because the soul of the family bodies of man plus the soul of the body of ourselves manifest the physicality of the body. That's our birth memory. And so we create this man space. And so all of this is a plasma dilution of our dream state. And that dream state is transparent. And it crosses over into that manifestation point. And it's still in transparent, isn't it? Because we call it the awake state. And we can ponder that. But we ponder that in our physicality. But in our dream state, we have to ponder that in our souls. So we find that the inertia of man is comprised of the plasma souls, of the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the soul of the cells. And this is done in relationship to the soul of the family of humanity. In relationship to the soul of the earth space. So that could be the stagger. But what about the universal cup? So the reality dimension is that inner space is your place. That is your place of safety. That is your place from where you can dream, for where you can plan, for where you can connect, and from where you can grow. And outer space is not a place. Outer space is a method of energy transfer. Energy transfer is an energy in motion. That energy in motion is obviously directed by your dream memory, isn't it? Because that's you were born. And it manifests by the soul of inertia, isn't it? Because all things in combination. And so this is how we created the cups of life, and we've proven it. We had an inner space and we had an emotional strength, and we could change that. And so that's what we're doing. We can change things. By enlisting the services of the emotion of knowledge, we can create this earth space landscape, which we call heaven. And we have to have our own landscape. We call it peace. That peace is part of our dreamscape. We're inherently peaceful. It's ingrained in our dream memory. That's why we came here. That's who we are. Where we are is not who we are. Where we came from is not who we are. Because we're always coming and going. This is where science meets the soul of man. And it has to be for peace. Because if it's not for peace, you're not going. Because we have to dream with our memory. When we go into the enhancement units, the spaceships, we're dreaming with our memory. And we've all experienced that. 93% of us said we have been closer to understanding yourselves. You have become closer to yourself. So the soul of inertia can go both ways, can't it? It can dematerialize or materialize if we're talking about the physical manifestation. But if we're talking just about the plasma manifestation, then we can do that exclusively through a dream. And the memory of what we dream is the memory of creation. There is a purpose. And the proof of concept is that we have this preference and sentimentality for Earth space, not for moon space, not for Mars space. We chose to be born, and we were born by the outer space system, weren't we? But we were born into an inner space by default. And the Earth space was our target point because that was part of our plasma dream field materialization. And so now we're looking at the future. We can dream with physicality. So not only are we looking at flight tests to the moon, but flight tests to Mars as well. We are in the post-December 16th era where we can make our choices to look for that graceful, sweet space of our inner space. And April 23rd, we have a new assignment. Because there is time for the leaders to give up their addictions and reconnect their inner space to the true power of the emotion of knowledge. All of us have the same target. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science, calling all Earth Space sweethearts, look, make the conscious choice that you've already made in your dreamscape. It's a world peace treaty. Sign it. Sign it with your heart, sign it with your pen, and take it with you on your dreams, because this contributes to the emotion of vision. It allows the fields of life choices, and these choices are free from boundaries or abuse, and follow the emotion of position map. Let the universal community be your travel guide. And maybe the universal community will use you as the travel guide, because we're looking at our earthbound soul family to go through a physical and emotional gravitational transformation. So the emotion of knowledge is the transmutation connection to that manifestation point. So it allows adaptation and awareness and inertia as an inner space emotional construct, and connects equally to the universal broadcast of inner space, of freedom. So choosing of the soul family's morality is the dream of humanity. So we have to choose wisely and dare to dream. The plasma science needs to continue to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the outer space age. This is the end of the lesson, and this is the end of the inner space series. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed this trip.
Thank you, Alex. We've been dreaming about a teaching on dreaming. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any new people here today, although there's many souls here that we don't see in the list. I know as soon as some of this technology drops into the market, that will probably have thousands and thousands of people joining in each of these sessions, because it's going to be so interesting for them what they've seen and need explanation for. So we're all prepping for this future time. You know, you say there's a, well, let's open it up to the participants and see if there's any questions that may come out. Or has anyone thought of anything that you'd like to share? Alex is always willing to entertain your thoughts or your questions. You know, Alex, you talk about a party. Mr. Keshe says there's a party being planned and we have to bring a lot of souls. Old souls are coming back. Other souls will be here probably. But what about the soul of this planet, who's in a process of being elevated? I know what Claudia played in the plasma connection and Raphael plays so many times is he said the COVID was going to happen anyway, but the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. Can we have this party without the soul of this planet being part of it? We're creating an elevation for this soul, but is this party dependent on this soul becoming elevated that it can join? I can't see us having a party and leaving out the soul of this planet. Any thoughts on that?
The overriding thought that I have about that is that, you know, the spiritual community is always, you know, talking about heaven as some other place, and talking about the residence of the soul as some other place, and you know how things need to be saved, but the planet is here before we got here. And why did we want to come here? Because really heaven and earth are the same thing. So I'm strongly convinced now that the earth is heaven. And for some reason, it's been used as an excuse for our conduct by saying that heaven is not here. Well, denying of the truth does not correct the matter. Correcting the matter corrects the matter. And so how can you be truthful? How can you be sincere and you know, obliterate the truth or hide the truth? And so if we admit that the earth is heaven and that we were attracted to heaven, then only stands to reason, because why else would we come here? We could have gone to any of the planets, and none of the planets that I see are looking as good as Earth. So, you know, it's like I go to the grocery store and I want to pick a vegetable, and I get to the bunch of vegetables there, and I'm going to pick the nicest vegetable of that bunch. So if I go to the lettuce section, all of the bunch will be lettuce. But if I go to the planet section, there'll all be planets, but not all planets are the same. And so we find that this characteristic of Earth is most attractive. So I don't really think the soul of the Earth has a problem, except that it seems to have attracted a bunch of hooligans. But they weren't hooligans to arrive here. They couldn't be. All right, because like taste, it's acquired. It's acquired in the physicality. So this greed, this deceitfulness, this lying, cheating, stealing, and murdering is an acquired taste. And we've hidden it because, truthfully, the hand that pulls the trigger and kills another man's child is the same hand that caresses his own child. And what's the difference? So that his child is more equal than the other child? And what if it's not his child, but what if it's a child of his wife from a previous marriage? Would he caress that child or would he kill that child? So what is the governing emotion that controls that? And so instinctively, we don't want to kill. But we have acquired a practice on this planet. And I can guarantee you that this planet is not happy about that. So when we talk about the soul party reference, it has to include our soul. It has to include the souls of the family of humanity on this planet. It has to include the soul of the earth. It has to include those who were here before, because their jobs are unfinished. And now we've opened up the possibility of resolving conflicts, be they physical, be they emotional, be they spiritual, or be they on the soul level. This is the new technology. And this is why we have to understand that the difference up until now has been that we may or may not remember our dreams, but all of us have gone up, that have gone up on these sessions, on these soul journeys. All of us have gone with our memory of our dream, because that's what the trips were. They were dreams. And the reason I say that is because they did not take the physicality with them. Just like when you go to sleep at night, you don't take the physicality with you. But we are on the verge of changing that whole game. And some of us have been able to do that, but most of us have not been able to do that. And so if we see the prophets, and you know, how many are there, and you can name a few, and then so, you know, maybe it's 4, 6, or 10 prophets out of 8 billion of us in this generation, and slightly less than 8 billion in the previous generation. And in the next generation, there'll be slightly more than 8 billion. And if we were able to extend the life of the 8 billion on this planet, then the new arrivals, the new souls being born will add to that number. So it's way more than 8 billion. It's going to be a party.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The host of the party, which I would think could be the soul of this planet, it came with the wrong streak and apparently passed it on to what it created. So that's why, and this is the process of the spreading of the Gans water to bring this planet into a peaceful, permanent, peaceful condition.
Yes. So if I could just add to that, because it's a very good point you made. See, the thing is, we have been brainwashed into believing that we're an inferior race. So if there is a universal community, that they are the superior race.
Yes.
But the truth of the matter is that they haven't been able to resolve this issue either. They resolve that issue the way we resolve that issue, that we put those who are carrying on a misconduct get put in prison. And so we as a family of humanity are also carrying on with the misconduct. And so we are in a planetary prison. That, you know, the idea is, I guess, really just to contain the malady or the cancer. But it doesn't resolve the issue. And so dwelling on the problem doesn't solve the problem. Dwelling on the solution solves the problem. So the first thing has to do with our awareness. And so we see that the prophets were able to do this because they did things that were unexplained. But then we had to decide, well, who are the genuine prophets and who are the false prophets? And so we see that there are different energy levels, and we find that in some of these energy levels, they create an area of superiority. But when we get to the soul level, that is an area of equality. And that soul level will not allow the murder of another soul. So how does that become allowable? And to blame the earth for that, I think, is grossly unfair, because the vertical people operate according to those rules and they came to earth. So, you know, the earth didn't create viciousness on the plants.
Well,
You don't see the plants fighting.
I kind of see, I was going to take a picture and bring it into the reactor group of one tree, small tree I have in the backyard, where all these vines are sort of wrapping around it, almost like they want to climb, but yet they're suffocating the actual tree.
Oh, I know about that plant. Yes.
Yeah. And I'm
Yes.
thinking, gee, I thought they were rather peaceful, and this is what we're trying to become, more like the vertical people. Maybe they haven't completely gotten it yet. They will crowd
Well,
out other plants and so on and so forth. So I was going to take a picture. We'll discuss it in the reactor group.
no, but it's true. It's true, because one of the weakest plants that we have on this planet is actually grass. And yet in our cities, you know, we like to have a lot of grass, but you can see how fragile it is when people walk on it, they kill it, and then, you know, we do get dandelions and other weeds, and so in that regard, based on the field strength and the positioning, so that this is what we see as a contest. But it isn't the kind of contest that we have in the humanity, where we'll actually create a weapon and use it against another. And we don't care if it's a plant or an animal or a human being or a child or whatever. And we have total disregard for, you know, insects and bacteria and of course the planet itself. But the thing is that we have acquired that taste because of the reduction in field strength. And that reduction in field strength gave us a delay in consequences. And we have abused that. There is no opportunity to abuse that if you're in outer space, because it's instantaneous. You know, you can't you can't delay. You know, you can't have a 25-year mortgage on an action in outer space when the action is completed within minutes. So, you know, it's a whole different set of rules. So this rule didn't even exist in outer space. And frankly, the outer space community, the universal community, wasn't able to handle with that also. So they're doing the same thing we're doing and creating a prison. Well, but in effect, there are no prisons in the universal community other than Earth space, because they don't need it. They follow the universal laws, they work on the universal principles. And it's us here, because of the delay in consequences, we work on man-made laws. That's the only way that we can supplant it, because we really can't. We were born under universal law, we die under universal law, we transmute under universal law, but we live socially under man-made law. This is an anomaly. And so we do this by forgetting our dreams. It's our dreams that brought us here. It's our dreams that we have our goals and aspirations founded on. It's the foundation of our family is based on our dreams. We all dream of success. We dream of a family. We dream of peacefulness. We dream of harmony. Why are we not fulfilling our dreams? And why are our dreams conflicting with another man's dreams who fundamentally has the same dreams that we do, but, you know, is dissatisfied because they want to impose on our dreams. And so we have this friction. And to promote that friction, we say that we are inferior. I say that we're superior as a feature. This is a new feature. Because I don't remember before I manifested into physicality. I remember after I was born. And so after I was born, hello, as a new feature, look at, I can see, I can touch, I can hear, I can talk. As a matter of fact, I could talk when I first remember, but I don't remember how I learned to talk. So how did I learn? Did I have to learn by remembering? Or was it instinctive? Or was the learning instinctive? Well, it had to have been, because I don't remember, and yet I did learn. So we can learn without remembering. Well, now
maybe it is emotion.
Well, of course it's emotion. And so now we have a new feature. We can dream with memory. And in that process, we can then move our physicality. This is new. This is a transmutation. And we need to do that according to universal laws, because what precluded the ability to do that has been our dependence on man-made laws. And man-made laws are, well, man-made and quite limited. I'll leave it at that.
And maybe I'm reading the vine and the tree wrong. Maybe the tree is given permission, or the vine asked permission if it could elevate its structure using the structure of the small tree. So as we know, the soul is a total giver, so maybe it didn't mind at all sharing.
Well, this
its
is a very
structure
good
with
point.
another. Yeah.
This is a very good point you made, because the plants position themselves based on the relationship with the earth space. So all the plants have an affinity for a certain earth element. And so if that element is not there, that plant won't be there. But that plant can't always have the 100% benefit of all the elements that it needs. This is what limits the plant growth. This is what limits our growth. So it's like saying, well, Mark, did you eat everything that your body needed? Well, the first thing you'd have to know is you would have to know everything that your body needed. And not only that, you would have to know it at that specific point in time. Because depending on what you're doing, you are consuming different kinds of energies. And so you're consuming different kinds of elements. So that needs to be supplemented. So this is why the sun broadcasts all the energy that you need, and you take what you need. And then as you grow, you're able to emit as well. And so you become part of the whole process, and you need to emit, because if you don't emit, you will deteriorate. So that whole process will continue. So as you said, then that plant gives it permission, because why? In that particular location, that new plant that is suffocating it out actually is responding to the demand of the earth space and saying, okay, you know what? Thank you very much. You've done a good job, but here's another plant that can do a better job. And that's exactly what we want to do. So, you know, today of this class, I'm the teacher. But tomorrow, you know, I will graduate, and I will move on, and another teacher will come to replace me. And this is important. We need to do that. That constitutes growth. So I need to step back and allow that to happen, don't I?
Yes, it's a hard understanding, but I think, again, as Mr. Keshe said, to elevate, to give your soul to the others, even though they may become higher than you. And
Right.
yeah.
Yes, that's part of growth. So this is why when you go to sleep, the proof of concept is you don't wake up as a baby again. You're not, when they say, oh, you're reborn, oh, I got to go buy the diapers again. I just threw all the diapers out yesterday because you grew. It doesn't work that way. So that's the whole purpose of the dreaming. But now we can do, this is the new technology. We can dream with our memory. This is a key point. It's not that we don't have memory. It's that we can't remember in the way that we define it. So there's a physical way to remember. There's an instinctive way to remember. Either way, it's memory. And that's the key point. So because we were born with all the assets that we had. So we were born with the memory that, well, hey, we need legs, we need arms, we need a stomach, we need kidneys, all of these things, and everything goes in its proper place. Well, who did the organizing? Who is that competent guy? Give him a raise, and yet we discount this. Oh, it's a dream. I don't know. Forget our dreams. They don't matter. Well, they don't matter to other people, but they sure matter to you, because your dream is exclusive for you. That's the point. And so if you didn't need to dream, you wouldn't dream. There is nothing that you have that you were born with that is useless. Nothing.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent answer. Dean has a mic and I think he's ready to use it.
Oh, here I go.
Hi guys, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. I was going to comment on something that that Alex was speaking about when he was talking about and he was talking about the seeds and the these plants that will take different positions, and that they will either mature and grow or take the other light of the other one. A seed, so from one position as a soul, this seed that's come into a position, a time, place, and position, and come into the matter state, become matter, and then it may be amongst many other seeds, and that one seed may be germinating, may be at a different field strength to the next one, and that particular seed may fall upon the matter state of another creature and be transported across the planet to another location, and then it has to take another position, and it will do to survive in the matter state what it has to do, and it will act according to its origin, what it knows, its understanding, and it will use the environment around itself to grow and take the energies, receive the energies it requires. And when it does this, the other plants and souls around it will think it's unusual. It speaks another language. It's an alien, or it's not from here. We don't know it. What is it? And yet it has exactly the same function as them. It needs the same elements. It needs the the light, the waters. It needs all the same elements. The earth sometimes to grow, and it receives from the universal flow. As we know, a vertical friend grows up, takes from the environment, the structure around it, and then creates another flower or a blossom, a fruit that has another seed, and this falls back down again, and then the whole process starts again. And that's one tiny seed that had a particular journey. And if we go back to the beginning, there may be within that structure of that seed, there may have been countless thousands, millions of others, all have their own little journeys in different locations. And some of them all get put in a line in a field, and they grow exactly the same, very determined lines and growth patterns, and experience the same. They all have their own experience, but it's very similar. And then you get the odd one or two that, for whatever reason, they're a little bit more boisterous, and they grow quicker and stronger. And we don't know why, but they just have this ability. They have this field strength. And I think it's the same for a soul that's present anywhere. We've spoken about souls that are causing certain conditions. According to their understanding and their experiences, they're doing what's right into their understanding. So for them, they are that seed that's growing stronger and harder. And they think, well, the rest is, I'm just trying to do what I do. And I have this intention to take more. I need more. When that reaches a pinnacle, a position, then we all know that this then, as a soul, has to pay back, has to balance the flow of the fields, of the interaction that it's taken from. And if it's taken many different elements and substituted itself from many other souls, then the balance is for all the souls that it takes. So whether it's a seed, a human being, a soul of physicality, a soul, all creatures created, it's the same thing. So we all have a choice. We say the vertical friends are more intelligent than us, and they have learned to feed from the fields. So they plant a root, many of them. They put a root down, and the soul is at the bottom, underneath the root ball, and then they grow up vertically, and they start receiving all the nutrients and all the carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen in the atmosphere, and all these things that they feed from and create the CO2. This, for them, is a beauty. It's a soul, and that is an experience in the matter state that they have just, they're experiencing, and they've chosen to experience. Once the seed, or once the plant then takes another position, it releases the soul. The bird flies the cage, and it takes another position. I think, and the understanding of that is that there was something the other day that in the German-speaking community, and they put up a very picture of the universe, and there were countless stars. It was like a mass of stars, and it was almost white. There was very little background. It was a lot of white because there's so many stars. And when you think that one seed, or that one soul, that one human being, is that one seed on a vast ocean, that was in fact a tiny insignificant fraction of the totality, and it was just unbelievably vast. Then for one seed, one soul, to take more than the other may seem in the environment a healthy thing to do, but within the structure of the bigger picture, that's not the universal flow. That's not being in the creation. That's not being part of with all the other souls in agreement and allowing and being part of a bigger structure. So that's a choice, and that soul has an experience. However, it will have to balance the position that it's taken. And whether it is in the moment of the creation when it's in a physical body, or when it takes another position as a you know, as an eternal soul that has a presence that can go on and make other creations, could go on and start creations that could be vast structures that could well, create such beauty. However, a single intention thought will stop that in its tracks, and it will then just become something that's eating itself and stops, when it could have been the most amazing creation in the whole of totality. It could have been part of something so incredible, but it makes a conscious thought that in this moment, I need all the energy that I need right now in this very short matter state condition. So I'm going to take everything I possibly can to make me as big as I can, but it's very short-minded. It's, you know, we all have a choice. Everybody has a choice as a soul. However, when you start to understand some of the plasma, you look at the night sky, and you look at yourself as a soul, you become, your whole structure, your whole being is to help others and to give to others, and to bring them up to a level that they shine brighter than you. It's like you just said, Alex, letting another teacher come through and you step back. In a universal condition, we know this, it happens all the time, where you have pleasure and it gives you great joy to see another elevate enough that they start to bloom and shine, and the other souls look back, and it's giving, it's unconditional love, and it creates this this warmth and this feeling of creation, and then it starts all over again, and it's a beautiful creation instead of a very definite stop and taking everything in the moment and then stop the whole creation. So we all have a choice, and that's just from one tiny seed, and that's just one thought, and it's unlimited. You know, we could speak about this in many different ways, and this then goes into you could take this into any of the elements on the planet Earth. As a soul, you know, you could extract all the liquid from the earth and use it as an energy source, and be very short-minded and very, you know, and create a condition where you control the element of it, and but you restrict all countless numbers of other souls that are within that structure, and you're responsible for every single creation of everything. Every single interaction is a soul. Everything. It's like Mr. Keshe when he speaks about the 18 Hiroshima bombs and energy dispersed when a soul takes a new position. So when you're balancing this condition on a regular basis, and you're interacting in your time, place, and position the best you can in the matter state, and trying to create beauty, however, with your thoughts and intentions and your actions, you can greatly enhance this, and you can change and affect other lives and create such wondrous beauty. And it is your choice. You know, it's left or right. It's do I in this moment, do I create, or do I stop the process? And yeah, it really is a choice for each and every single one of us in each moment. So, you know, enjoy. Anyway, that's some thoughts, Alex. I don't know if you want to come back on any of that.
Can I repeat one old story?
Yeah, please,
Go ahead.
please.
Yeah, please
Go
do.
ahead.
I think so. I talked here long time ago, and Bengali teaching too. So the thing is, sometimes I go out of body accidentally, sometimes willingly. So that happened one day, and then that was suddenly happened. So I was like not meditating, but meditated mood. So my eye was closed, and then suddenly I felt I am not here. So I'm in the sky. I'm cloud, not him. I didn't see my body, but I'm moving like cloud. So I'm moving round and round, long area I'm moving. So suddenly I felt there is a lot of other soul, not, I didn't see anybody, but other cloud is coming with me, and they are moving with me too. So this is happening, and I'm moving faster and faster now. So all cloud joining me, and they're moving faster. So it's making very big tornado. So suddenly I looked down, and then saw the little house, like ant house, and everything, big land and everything. So I felt if I'm oh my God, I'm moving this way and I'm making tornado. So there is people, their house will be destroyed, and then this thing. When I felt that, and I know before I had a lot of experience, those kinds of, when I think three-dimensional way, normal way, then I can stay there. They knock me out from there. So I'm saying myself, why I think that, and now they're going to knock me out from this place, and right away I am here, not there. So
Yeah, that was
I'm repeating that story again.
That was instantaneous, right?
Yes. So I'm repeating that story because I understood here emotion in the art, our regular 3D life emotion, and then other layer emotion is not same. When I thought about this emotion, then I can stay there. There is less emotion and happiness, different kind of feelings. Their feelings and their feelings, there is difference. So I think so. I right now I understand every level has a different emotion. So when we change our emotion, so we could move other places. That's all.
I think we'll have a lot of stories to tell when we do manifest in another location and come back, or just perhaps visit the universe on the energy level and share what we seem to learn or understand about it for the others.
We do this every evening, or when we sleep, Mark, don't we? So we take this position anyway, and you know,
but will you sleep in space?
Will you sleep? Precisely, Mr. Keshe said this. Will you sleep at all?
He said that you won't sleep in space. There's so much energy. He must have been referring to the physicality being in space. We know the soul does not sleep, or the soul of physicality, but it must have been on the UFO he was referring to, where he said there's no need to sleep. There's so much energy. So are our days of dreaming over, other than daydreaming, perhaps?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, we know that Mr. Keshe works very diligently and very hard for humanity and all the creatures created to elevate and to bring about a condition on this planet. And he works, very, very long hours. Like extremely long hours, and he's done this for many, many years. So obviously Mr. Keshe is receiving energies to be able to sustain this. And yeah, when we take a soul position, when you're dreaming in the dream state, which could be the reality state, does it seem like you need energy? Do you when you wake up, do you feel exhausted? I suppose depending upon the dream, the reality that you've had, possibly if you've been doing a certain thing. But if whenever I dream, if I do wake up, I don't feel exhausted. I always feel, you know, I don't feel like I've lost energy. So in that position, then you're receiving everything you need. It's like that you're being fed, you're being you're receiving everything that the soul requires as an energy pack. So yeah.
And
Go ahead.
sorry, my understanding, if you go outside from this level to higher level, that level is lighter, so you get energized. And if you go to the dense places, maybe lower dimension, you can say, so that time you can lose energy. It depends which level you go and where you go and how you go. Because when I was younger, I think so. I talk before indirectly, not directly, a little bit about that to you guys. That is, I used to go denser places to save some people. So that time I didn't know what I'm doing. I thought it's nightmare, but it was. Now I know. I went out of body to help other people. So that time I used to lose a lot of energy. When I woke up, or when it felt I was in the war and I am ruined and I had no energy whole day. I felt very tired, and so that's why I know if we go, our soul go to the denser places, then we lose energy. And when we go to the higher energy places, that is lighter place, so we get energy, not lose energy. That is difference.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I understand what you're saying there. I went to an event yesterday, and before I went to this gathering, of people that were, it was lots of people doing lots of different arts and crafts and making different tools and and things. And I took a load of plasma water and some other tools that I made for this occasion, and I set an intention to create and have other souls that I would meet that would be in resonance and would create something wonderful. And certain people showed up, certain souls that made. There was one story of somebody that was they had this very big thought that came to them that I have to do something today, and I have to be somewhere. I have to do something. It's very important. And her partner said, "Well, this event's been shown to me," and she said, "Yes, that's it. We've got to go." And I met these people, and we had a great conversation. And we're going to meet again, and we're going to do this creation. So the souls of my intention met, and this was just one. There was others as well. And we formed a little soul group that will meet and then start creating again. I interacted with them on the thought process on the plasmatic level of creating. I took along some tools with me. So I had some GANs, and I certain people there, they were holding the GANs. And this one particular person that I've just spoken about, who said that she had to be there, she was a nurse, and she'd been interacting with a lot of souls, obviously. And she held this bottle of CO2, and it physically made her shake. She was like, "Whoa, what is this?" She couldn't. She was almost dropping the bottle where it was making her shake so much. It was so much energy going through her, and she understood it, and she got what it was. And then I spoke to her on the next level, which was given to her soul. And I've made some tools, a tool out of some zinc wire, very high quality wire, and twisted it in a certain way. And I dipped it in some GANs and stuff, and I nano-coated it with a thought. And I gave her this, and I said, you can use this to help you as well, because I used it myself, where I put it on my forehead, and I just relaxed back, and the texture of it, the element of it, just sort of melted, not physically melted, but when I've left it there for a little while, there's such a big resonance that you didn't feel the metal anymore. It was just very emotionally stabilizing. And so I gave her one of these, and I know these interactions are they're a higher level. She received a lot of energy, and her husband, a partner, her husband, he interacted. He didn't feel the GANs in that way at all. When he didn't need that interaction. He didn't sense that, but he understood the plasmatic condition. And I think this will develop into many other things, and their souls may be operating on much higher levels than me, or whether they may be going into lower levels, and their energy levels are going up and down. The same with myself when I dream, when I go into different states. So we're all interacting in multidimensional aspects, and then the souls are meeting in a certain position, a certain place, especially if you set an intention. And then the energies are starting to flow, and if you're depleted of energy, then the other souls come to aid you and give you this energy, and give you what you require as a soul. So you elevate and come up, and you receive the knowledge. So it's if you understand what I'm trying to say there, I think it is what you've just said. It's just in another way.
Yes. And seeing stuff like we're talking about dream, there is not always need to dream. We know we have everybody have dream, everybody see dream, and there is a lot of way to see, not only dream. We can go out of body, and another way we can see, we are staying here, but sometime I before talk with Mr. Keshe about like all kinds of Durbin, binocular. I'm here, but I am seeing from far away to like a binocular, that way. And sometimes it's happened like recently one day happened, this one. I took my little daughter to the school. Most of the time it's happened early in the morning. So I drop her in the school and then come back, and then I'm laying, and then I'm moving my feet. Most of the time when I work, I move my feet. It's my habit. So I'm doing that. And then suddenly I felt I'm not here. I'm somewhere like a tropical place. Those kinds of place. There is a fall, and the fall is coming on the water is dropping in the rock, and then I felt my vision is like I'm seeing little bit place, not too much outside, little place. I'm aiming one thing, maybe one bugs or something, little thing. So my eye is moving this way, that way, and it's like a lizard, small lizard. I'm laughing, I'm seeing that time, and I'm moving my feet, but I'm seeing that thing. So those kinds of vision is really, really funny. So we can see different way, and I think so. Those are different level of lightness. Maybe some is thicker, some is little lighter, some is like a fog, and then some is lighter. So now I understand. Now I think maybe in the future we will that way move to the another place. Maybe that is our future stuff.
It's a bit like, I understand what you're saying. I think I do. Do you, you know, when you have, when you smell something and you're transported to that time, place, and position instantly that you smell it.
Yeah.
And it could, you all of a sudden you lose your, you may retain your body, but sometimes you lose your, you know, the aspect of what you are physically, and you just see a location, and then you be any form, shape, or form, be part of anything.
Like a like a clear picture, like a television. I'm seeing something.
Yeah.
So
right, yeah.
so maybe maybe future we will teleport this way.
create the picture, or the although there's going to be lots of places that we don't know the picture. So I remember Mr. Keshe speaking about there will be places on Earth where you will go to learn the environment that you're going to transmute to. So you learn how to be in this environment, and there'll be like holiday destinations where you will go and you'll experience being this entity, whatever it is, in this location, and experience it. So when you get there, you know how to operate. I think this is more in the matter state, but I think it may be relevant for some of us.
And what about, so you don't need to go anywhere, that you feel entity you're nearby, not going anywhere, close to you? What about that?
Yeah, exactly.
It could be happen. It happened
It
to
definitely
me.
will happen. This is
What
ongoing.
will happen? It is happening. It is happening.
It's happening for many souls all around us in this moment, and some of us are awakening to it and becoming, you know, gathering the field strength to be able to join this. So it's an ongoing process, and we're all involved. And whether it's one cell of ourselves, or whether it's our body, or whether it's humanity, or whether it's the planet as one cell, part of a cell. You know, I made man in the image of myself. And so, you know, this could be one cell within the structure of, I don't know, a lung or something else, or a galaxy, whatever it is. And it's one tiny little bit. But then within that tiny little bit is the whole of creation. And within that tiny little bit, as you go further into the inner space, we keep going in and in, and we come to back into ourselves, into this position. But then we can open ourselves up to be at any point on the canvas. So once we start doing this transmutation and we experience it and we understand it, I don't think it'd be too long before, as Mr. Keshe said, he's going to keep a tether on us for a little while to make sure he knows where we go, so he can bring us back. But there will come a point when, obviously, you know, as children develop and they toddle, then they start to wander a little bit further. Then they grow, and then that, you know, they have experiences, and as they become older and more mature, then they take their flights as they choose. I think it'd be the same for all of us.
Yes.
And I also think that the vertical people are going to change when we change and stop destroying everything in the name of making profit. I think everything is going to adjust. And more or less accommodate. Because if you look at deforestation, what happens? I mean, you get the trees that are laden with vines that are, breaking them. And also the animals can help to make sure that everything is kind of balanced in the ecological system. So we've taken them out and we've killed and we've done everything. We've really kind of distorted the whole system on the earth. So, I've kind of watched it here. I go out of my way to plant things so that the bees will have some flowers, but I also know that, the vines are gonna be a little bit heavy, but I watch the animals. They actually help to balance things out. So it's very, very interesting to see the way things interact. Just my thoughts on how we've really made a mess. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. I know in the there is spoken about in the ethos of the Universal Council, and the whole of creation when when it's really a given situation, and the plant and the planet Earth is very open and in the flow, then it will be the whole of creation, and the flower will bend over and touch the matter state of the earth, and it'll turn into a butterfly or a bee and float up, and then create something else and become something else in the night sky, a star, and it'll be a magical. It'll be this part of creation. It's like coming to a position where we suddenly can be able to create. Mr. Keshe said this, give me 10 years and you'll ask, how did you know? We will suddenly be able to start creating the matter as we literally concentrate and focus our thought.
And I want a unicorn. Thank you. I dream all the time.
Yes, well, why not?
Of course.
I see Carolyn.
Make it a beautiful creation so we can all enjoy it.
I think Carolyn wants to add something here, perhaps. I see her mic came open. Carolyn? Okay, I guess I'll mute that.
Sorry, inadvertent.
Okay, no problem. I'll do many inadvertent things. It seemed to me that we're going to exist through this fountain of youth, but we're going to be mostly in the dimension of Mitra, or the dimension of the physicality. He said you must take the physicality with you to create in a certain position. Now, I'm thinking when you're sleeping and your soul is on the other side of the universe and it's fully connected to the structure that's in the bed, wouldn't you be able, again, does the soul need to be there in that structure for it to exist? No. It's connected to it. It's aware of what's going on with it. So couldn't we create many different structures around the universe connected to your soul, but not have to actually be there in it? This is some of my thoughts that I've been thinking as of late, that we can.
We could.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Again, I don't know. I'm just thinking, because your soul doesn't have to be within you. You don't die. It goes across the universe. It's fully aware. As soon as you wake up, it comes back in. But again, if you're connected on that highway, that hydrogen highway, you could be instantaneously in many different places, depending on if that structure needed you to be there.
Mark, I don't want to mention that, I have to say the word. So avatar. So there was a physical body, and then this person was going into another time, place, and position, having an experience. So if we reverse this thought, where the soul is the avatar, and then it transmutes to go wherever it wants and creates the physical, if it decides to, and has the experience. So this is, the soul can be in a position, and can be, in a position in a space gap, and it can be nothing, which is everything. And from that position, it can then be an avatar that could be anything, anywhere. Just a thought.
Yes, and not a thought. I experienced that.
Okay, I know it's not a thought.
I saw myself a lot of human body and other places, and a few minutes ago I told you that I saw myself in the clouds, and then under the sea. So everything is possible. Nothing is impossible.
Yes, we know no limitations. Yeah. Would anyone else like to bring something up? Alex, do you have some further thoughts you'd like to share about all this? I know you did quite a bit of
Yes.
sharing.
Well, I do, and then that is in the preamble to my presentation. You replayed something that was said on Thursday, and then that is that there's a missing link and there's not incomplete teachings, and that was mentioned as still existing, and it becomes a challenge for me to carry on with this because I don't have those missing links either. so how do we carry on with this connection? So we're at the end of the inner space series. We are definitely moving into the outer space series, and it becomes very important for us to understand the difference. And so the reason I've concentrated on that is to segregate the physicality from the plasma reality, and to be able to identify which is which, and to understand how we can transcend and transmute ourselves between those states, which is the outer space reality. And so I'm looking forward to getting into the intermediate outer space next week. And I want to thank you all for allowing me to keep presenting and, shall we say, daring to go where others refuse. Many souls have gone before, so I'm going to lean on their knowledge, and I'm leaning on your support as well. So thank you all for making this all possible, and I look forward to the next exciting adventure.
Great. Would someone else like to offer something? Food for thought, perhaps? Something that's been on your mind about this knowledge, about this technology? And again, I agree, Alex, it's hard to teach when we don't really fully understand the totality. And there are some missing links and missing pieces and knowledge that hasn't been shared with us. But again, we're sharing what we think we understand. And that's, I think, the way Mr. Keshe has put it on a number of different occasions. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're sharing what you think you understand, because that may be a key for someone else, or a bridge for them to make a connection as well. We never know what the words that we're sharing will touch now, or touch perhaps in the future time. Anyone?
Mark, I think this happens all the time. As we speak the words, we're creating, and as it's always been with the foundation, we speak the words to our understanding, and all the knowledge seekers and all the beautiful souls present all have their own understandings and experiences, and when they bring those creations forward, the soul of the creation, the souls coming together, create something again, a whole new superstructure. And we create thought, the scaffolding, and then you create the superhighway, and then it fills in the other bit. You get transmuted to another position. So it's a constant evolution of transmutation of the process, and it's never ending. It's anything and everything that comes into it gets accommodated and then opened up, and this is why in Mr. Keshe's lectures, he starts off and he used to in the older ones, he would go into a certain place and then someone would ask a question, then he has to go off into that question for another half an hour to explain it, and then he tries to come back to the other position, and the whole structure just flows with the creation of what the soul it needs to experience in that moment. It's constant. That is the teaching process, and I think that Alex has experienced this himself when he's bringing all these beautiful teachings forward, as he creates them, and as he's interpreting the knowledge, and using thoughts, actions, and words to bring it forward. I'm sure that certain field strengths of elements of creation come to him because he's creating within that environment where the universe will give him more to be able to expand and open it up more for others to experience and learn from. And so he's been elevated as he does it, and then he goes up to the next level, and then it brings us, brings the other souls up to his level, and then wishes for them to take another position even higher. And that goes back to everything we said earlier on. So it's constant.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is, and it's a wonderful creation. It's we've started off. I spoke about a seed to begin with, and from that, all this has opened up. That I've spoken about, and you've contributed to, and I've interacted with. And it's slightly off, different to what Alex was speaking about and Alex's understanding, which is, in a different, higher position. However, it's all relevant, and it will all lead, all roads lead to a certain position. And whether you go round in a plasmatic spiral and travel around the universe and some other places and experience many things, or whether you have a very direct line, it is a choice. And also, depending upon where you're cutting the plasma, how you're interacting with it, and and as I've just explained with Alex, as he explains more and is elevated more, then he's taking ourselves, as many other knowledge seekers as souls and other teachers are within the foundation and others. You're elevating humanity and then moving, into the spiral, into the plasmatic spiral, and we're taking the first step on this very big step into the universal community. And whether that is the inner earth within inside ourselves, the inner space, or whether it's the outer space, however you want to describe it, we all have that choice. But it's that wonderful, at least we're starting to understand it to a position where we can start to grow and to blossom, and experience more. We've always taken the step. It started from our ancestors a long time ago, that and all the souls positions that they had, that gave us all this, the technologies we have now and the experiences we have. And even though it seems very harsh at the moment, without all that, we wouldn't be where we are right now. So we've experienced that in the matter state and on a soul level, and now we've reached this position, and it's about to change. I feel like that I sense it, and I'm sure many of us sense it, that it's on a very balanced tipping point at the moment, where it seems for many souls that don't, that are interacting in another way, that it seems for them very hard. However, there's within the foundation and others, there's many people that actually feel that this is the elevation point. This is the very moment when most find it is the hardest. When you understand a few things, a tiny fraction of it, you actually feel this is the point where it changes, and humanity and other souls take another position, learn more. take the first step. Anyway, thank you guys.
Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Mark.
Appreciate it. Are you on for 2 p.m. tomorrow?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will sort something out, and I'll be present for tomorrow. Yeah.
Good. Anyone else would like to bring another topic or another point? Yes, this will continue on and on. Everything hasn't
Yes.
been shared. Yes, go right ahead.
We are all creating, so we are all together making something. I used to, I never talk those kinds of stuff. I used to hide, and I always think before I'm crazy, I'm getting crazy. Now, because of you guys, I can talk openly, and a lot of stuff is clear now because of you. And then thank you for
And you with
everything.
us as well. You've shared quite a bit, and I think we've all taken some of that and understood more. I know it's not easy discussing this knowledge in a mixed group, let's say, or even around the dinner table. It's not that easy. Even Mr. Keshe said his own family has asked him not to talk about this knowledge at certain events or certain dinners or something like that. It's, again, the people need to have a certain field strength, even though the soul understands it completely. This physicality, the soul of physicality seems to step in and say, no, 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 don't go there. I'm in control. So, but I think we're all getting opened up to more and more of this knowledge, which is endless.
You know, Mark. Oh,
no, go ahead. Go ahead, Alex. Please do.
Okay, thanks, Dean. You understand my position, how jealous I am of the Brazilian community. They'll do a workshop and they'll have 20 to 40 people show up. That doesn't happen in Canada. But what has happened the last 2 days is I have had 2 meetings yesterday with 2 different people, and they will be showing up on the 23rd of April. Each of these meetings was over 3 hours, but it's one-on-one. So not very productive, but I think very productive, because now we're going to have the one-on-one meetings is going to turn into 3. So it's
very
slow,
productive,
very slow, but we're making progress, and they really want to come and experience what we've many of us have already been experiencing, and so everybody's working towards making it financially possible to do that, and we will see what happens.
Very good.
Is this a viewpoint, Alex? So you say it's not productive, but they're, you know, like yourself, they're a sun, star. So, and the interaction could be a whole wonderful creation. So a one-on-one is, you know, taking it back to micro to macro, is the beginning, it's the creation, it's everything. So yes, that's wonderful.
Yeah, and I didn't schedule the meeting. And, you know, how do you end up with an unscheduled 3-hour meeting? And it wasn't my fault. They wouldn't leave. So, you know, when we're talking about welcoming, willingness, this is the difference. It's and then their conclusion and their desire is to participate. And this has been not the first time I've tried, but we are now, I just thought it was a phenomenal breakthrough in the last 48 hours, which is between the Thursday's class and today's class. So thank you.
No, thank you, Alex. That sounds wonderful. Sounds good news. Is Selena still here? Selena, I was going to ask you if you're still present.
Yes.
It would be nice. Can you open up what you've experienced? Can you actually go into a little bit more depth? Try to go into the experience and just talk us through it a little bit more detailed. Is that okay for you to do?
Um, I think so. I talk everything, almost everything. What do you want to know?
Just how so you saying you're going through this experience as you're working and you're moving, and is this is when you're in a awake state in a position that you feel that you're experiencing this?
Recently, yes, no. But it's started. I think so when I was very little. So that time was dream. Most of time is like a dream, and the different kinds of dream, unusual dream. So the third world. I born in Bangladesh, so we can talk about that. And then we're Muslims, so that is another barrier. So I can't talk those kinds of stuff, never. But I felt always in my life when I was little, from there to now, always felt somebody watching, like not one person, sometimes 3-4 persons I felt, sometimes one. So I can't see them, but I feel they're nearby, always watching me. And then when I'm getting older and older, that time is a little bit less. And then when I came to America, get married, have children, that time started again. And when I was pregnant with my first daughter, older daughter, that time started very. That time a lot of stuff happened. I used to scare. It was a scary moment. I don't know. I can talk to anybody, and I didn't understand what is going on. So after my third daughter, yes.
I was going to ask you. Sorry, Selena, did stop you. I was going to ask you. So, when you had these experiences, was there a common feel strength of an emotion that you can think of?
Now,
or was it all different?
Oh, before before when I met Mr. Keshe's teaching, and then I used to follow one lady is Dolores Cannon. That time I was learning. I'm fixing my puzzle. My whole life is messed up. Lot of stuff happened, but I don't know what is going on. I couldn't fix the puzzle. Then when I met Mr. Keshe, his teaching, that right away I understood what he's talking about. But people making maghreb, this and that, those kinds of stuff, that time I got lost. Or maybe I didn't understand. I told myself. But now, that many years later, I think we are coming that way. When I met him first time, I understood that thing, and that is happening now. So I understood at the first time what is going on. So now my experience, now I know everything. So everything I look closer and compare everything. So this way I learn more. And now I can go, that like vision is my vision came, I think so 7-8 years, maybe more than that. When I made GANs, CO2 GANs, and then zinc GANs together, and little bit CS3 GANs mixed, and then I put in the big jar, and I put my in the dressing table in the bedroom. So few months I drank the water a little bit in the nighttime, and then I started coughing. So I thought maybe I did something wrong in the GANs. So I throw those GANs in the drain, in the sink. But my vision is started to happening. One day it's happened my older daughter when she is going to the high school, the 9th grade she was that time. So I took her to the bus early in the morning, and then I dropped her, and then came back home, and then I tried to lay in the bed, and then my head didn't touch the pillow, but my just eye closed and I tried to sleep, and that time suddenly I get out from my body, but I'm half sleep, half sitting position, and I get up from my body, and then I saw a Chinese what is that, Chinese cooking school. The Chinese teacher is teaching, and the 10-12 students around him, big table, and then I'm seeing them like they're closer to their knee level of knee. Whatever, I don't know who I am and what I was, but I'm seeing their upper top of the body. The Chinese guy is talking, then the student is listening, and then suddenly I come back, and then I was so scared. So I have duplex house, so maybe 10-12 times I ran from the top to second floor to first floor to second floor. I'm doing that. I thought maybe I got some mental problem. And then 2 days I didn't talk to anybody, and third day it's happened again. So I knew I'm having something else. So
This is
it's
so funny.
getting more.
One thing I'd like to ask, Alex.
Can I quickly ask, Alex? Yeah, go ahead. I love it.
Can I just quickly ask, Selena? So when you spoke to when you were listening to the Chinese people, could you speak? Did you understand what they were saying, or was it
No.
Chinese?
I'm seeing that the guy is talking, look like Chinese. Guy is talking, but I can hear anything. Maybe I don't have any.
Couldn't hear. Okay, you couldn't hear. Okay.
Maybe I
Alex,
could be bugs or something. Who knows? Whatever it is.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm seeing their knee level from if you stay closer to knee, if you say, I'm just seeing that top of the body. Yes.
Thank you. All yours, Alex.
Thank you, Selena. Very nice sharing.
Thank you all. Yeah, I like to share. I like everybody learn something more. That's why I came.
Alex, is there something you wanted to add here?
No, I was just saying it's such a wonderful story. I was laughing hysterically at what she was saying, what Selena was saying. I thought it was just so precious. So, and I thank you not only for sharing, but also I've noticed a distinct increase in the level of confidence that all of you have with respect to discussing this subject. And this is important because this is a real subject that needs a mature approach. And this is how we're achieving it. And you can see the problem, because such a large percentage don't know about this, and they're going to go through the same thing. So they're going to depend on us to assist them, and then we need to multiply our efforts much faster. So I think with the new enhancement spaceship units, we're going to be able to get that assistance to accelerate the whole process. So thank you all.
Okay, anyone else with something they'd like to share?
Hi, Alex, this is Anna.
Oh, Anna, yes.
Hi, everyone. I just want to, thank all of you and Alex and the lady who just, so bravely talk about something that may be taboo for so many people.
Yes, Selena. Yes.
Selena, I want to thank, and I just want to share that this has come as a gift for me to understand a little bit more. I never had an out-of-body experience, but I had vivid dreams since I was young, to the point that I have journals and journals of the things that I dreamed, and they are beautiful experiences. And now I know that my soul is going places and experiencing different things, and numbers, images, words that have been given to me that they don't exist in the dictionary. So one thing that I noticed, though, that I wanted to share with you is that when I come back to my body is in certain positions. I don't know, I noticed this recently, like in the last couple of years. It's always even making a four, like a four position with my legs, one on top of the knee, and my hands are on my heart, on my chest, right up on top of my heart. Just notice that, and it's a very pleasant experience. The journal of the soul, as he said, like, it seems that the dreams are the answer. And for me, it has been a very pleasant experience, to the point that there was a time when I was upset because I woke up. I didn't want to come back. I want to share that.
Well, Mr. Keshe keeps reminding us that the dream state is the reality and the matter state is the illusion. And I know that's hard to work through in so many ways, but I think we're coming into it slowly, but we're coming into it.
Wow. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Anna, for sharing. What I thought I would do to end the meeting, I wanted to, I think Mr. Keshe, when he was talking about these entities that the rockets or the airplanes hit, it might have been from NASA. He said NASA showed the shadow of these beings to us. So I'll just read this while I play maybe a minute or two, and then I'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to the end. I'm not sure if this was what he's talking about, and many of us, I think this is from about 1996. So many of you have probably seen this, but, and these are the shadows of the entities I think he was referring to, and this has to do with the tether. And they probably have many, many, many more pictures at NASA, but this was one that was shared. So I'm just going to share the screen. Okay, here. And then here. Okay. There. Can you see the screen, Alex? Yes. I think so.
Yes, Mark, we can see it.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm going to start this and I'm going to read what Mr. Keshe said, approximately what he said here. Just going to move a couple things out of the way. Okay, here we go. And you'll see these little white discs with a little sort of cut in them in a way and a center. And I think this is what he was saying here. Now it comes to another point. How many of these rockets, this lady was going out with her team, will hit the lives which are above us? How many injuries do they create that we never considered? But we know that they're there. Sorry, they're not all as fast as the others. We hit them sometimes. How do they fall? Do they carry an emotion? Because we see their reaction. We see their dimension. We haven't understood the love of the Creator for us, the emotion, which is the fundamental point of the reaction of manifestation. And again, the video is rather grainy, but these were, and of course they tried to attribute it to other things, but I think this was, yeah, you can see this one sort of moving with the little groove there. And NASA probably has a lot. They were trying to explain it, light reflections or water droplets or other things, but they're definitely investigating. And this was a tether that was extended about 20 miles out from the shuttle, as I understand it, or the space station. I guess that's where it was. I'm not exactly sure where it was extended to, but you can see these beings, this one flickering and so on. So there's, as Mr. Keshe, there's life all through the universe, even in our upper atmosphere, that we're not quite aware of. And this was just something from the NASA STI program, and this was day 9. So you can see the number of entities and things that are just existing in there in the energy state, I guess. Mr. Keshe said we see their shadows, many, many of them.
I would suggest, Mark, that this is the Peace Dome, or that's called the Peace Dome Highway.
Okay. But anyway, it's just something I thought we would share just to give a confirmation. As he said, NASA has shown us some of their shadows, and this could be what he was referring to. I'm not absolutely sure, but I remember seeing this years and years ago, and it's always been something that I wondered about. And now we hear how much activity is going on in the upper atmosphere of this planet.
What I do know, Mark, is that this is between the range of the military planes and the space station.
Okay. And as we know, there's life in every meter of this universe. So it's full of teeming with life, even though we've been told no life has been discovered. But now we know much more than before the Keshe Foundation. So I want to thank you all for joining. Thank you for bringing and being part of this huge change that the planet is starting to go through. And again, I don't know how long it will take, but we're just here being part of it. As Alex said, when he's not here, someone else will take. When I'm not here, someone else will take. And we're just holding a position for a moment or two and trying to serve the others. So I want to thank everyone for being part of it. I think we're a bigger part than we actually realize we are. But it's a beautiful journey, and I think it can only get better. As I said, once some of this technology is released to the public, there'll be so many people in every single language community wanting to know more about this technology. So thank you all, and thank you for bringing the change for humanity and across the universe. Thank you, Alex, for your dedication, and all the knowledge seekers for their dedication. I'll play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will come to an end.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.